shut the fuck up. And then there were other teachers that we'd be like, sir, do you need help passing out the, oh yeah, sure, I'll help you pass out the books. Yeah, okay, so World War II started in 1939. Yeah, that was the World War II, that was the war that your father beat the Nazis in? Yeah, of course, right. And my grandfather did that. And that was it. You know, there were no problems. Yes, sir, no, sir. What about World War II every fucking day, man? And now it'd be like, you know, the Iraq War maybe, or, you know, I don't know, maybe still World War II, right? I mean, shit. So that's it, is you have these obnoxious teachers that are out there teaching the kids bullshit, and then it's making them retarded. Hundreds of Somali-owned businesses are on the verge of bankruptcy, due to the surge of illegal agents in Minneapolis. Here we go.
Everybody was screaming to open business this month, but not anymore. It was very slow. We're not making any money.
Not making
if
any
this
money?
problem continues, I don't think we can have our business.
So is...
Oh, Seed Breakers is here. Quack. It's 9:31 in the morning. This is when the sun is the highest in the sky towards the backside of my window. This is the caveat and one of the downsides of having a 720p webcam. You now get to see exactly how much light distraction blinds the camera all the time now. How am I doing? Acid reflux when I woke up this morning. That's about it. Lots to see, lots to do, lots that is on my plate, lots that's going to be done in front of a camera at some point. This is not early. You guys forget, I'm supposed to start at 8 o'clock. I just have been sleeping in because I was tired of my body feeling horrible. Because acid reflux is directly connected to the shit in my throat. Speaking of shit in my throat, it's time for my pills. Only one more day of that shit. Oh my god. I hate the taste. The problem with the acid reflux is that when you have to wake up with it in your throat, it's been corroding at your throat lining for a while. Which is definitely where a lot of some of that blood I spit up comes from. Considering we're about to be on a Helldivers 2 pivot, more than likely, that's not a bad thing, but it is surprising and eye-opening. You didn't make it clear.
According to you, and I'm trying to tell you something, and you snap me like I can't give you the information.
Live streaming.
Okay? Anyway, I guess they told you to get paid every 2 weeks what the lady was saying.
No one's told me about how I
Okay, but she just, okay, I'm telling you, I guess Courtney was calling and saying, and she said, the share cost, they take out $270 out of your pay for, I guess, every 2 weeks, $100 or something.
these days. Zip, bam, boom. Straight to the moon. Didn't scream at you. I'm not even in the room with her and she's still talking. There are days and there are days and there are days and there are days, and this is today one of those days. I'm being made to feel like a jerk because I preciously value my time and my broadcasting while someone is poorly trying to communicate to me information that is actually needed. So you're still trying to get a place, but you now have a job. Man, you just go back and forth between things, man. That's fucked up. Hello, Pitcat. Anyways. Any of you who paid attention last night catch me comp trolling? Because if you did, and if you weren't there, that was funny as hell. And if you don't know the context, you better go look at that thing that's been posted inside of Printing Press Express. I highly doubt that there will be discounts on war bonds. It's a good idea that they definitely should have already implemented, but who knows? Oh, Master Wolf. Okay. I have a semi-large amount of things that I technically have to catch up on. Or, not necessarily catch up on, but need to actually view with my own eyes. So, going off of shit that we've discussed and or have presented myself, starting from 11 days ago, I was told to watch Slopulism, I watched it. Looked into the Papa Gut Crash Out, covered it. Turkey Tom allegations, haven't covered it because it basically fell apart as a story. It's pretty much people picking sides of who to follow with YouTubers, and it was a YouTuber scuttle. Where even the victims started trying to assert who was the greater victim. No serious conversation to be had there. I Love KP a lot is going fully crazy, trying to make new hit pieces to slander people. Knight's Path, he's kicked off another wave of big gay harassment and controversy because they supposedly are homophobic for not bending towards the social impact naysayers. We have a video from Little Bill talking about the revolution going mainstream. Boom. Well, thank you for $75, Buster. We've got the Kiwami 3 ending being leaked due to demos in the original files presented by Bills-chan. We have the Sector documentarian explaining how BLM burnt through Goodwill presented by Jack. I do not see any other suggestions in my feed or in my inboxes. And I saw a video earlier today from the other Frost. However, I do not want to rewatch content that I've already watched off-stream, on-stream. And it's probably better for you all to get that from the Afropic link. Hello, him. My chest, my chest, my chest. All over my face and chest, my chest, my chest. And then I have that dumbass goddamn debate to go over. And also, whenever I'm able to get in touch with Bloomer to plan the next and what should probably be the last BIP stream of my last on debate performance, that will come up at some point. But he's going through the same thing that that some of the rest of you are going through, which is that he's trying to get a new place. That content hasn't gone away. It just hasn't been locked in because I don't have a date for that person. When I get that, that will be when that gets planned on the dossier. Alongside other shit. I mean, I have large manatees. Sometimes you gotta percolate the boys around, you know. Gotta remind them what it feels like to get a nice, even-clothed hand. Who needs a woman rubbing my chest when my hands are better? Self-love, am I right? But just sometimes when my woman keeps hitting my fucking pectoral too goddamn hard, she hurt my fucking nipple. Hurt my fucking nipple. My fucking nipple. And excuse me as I go be a fat ass real quick because I've been given money by some of my favorite people. Also, we never really picked out this goal here. We've set forward, and I made the plan to have you guys help pick which one this is, but I'm just going to pick it myself, I think. Because I haven't gotten any other suggestions about these things that are going to be done. So what I think I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to put myself on a very particular form of content diet to go alongside one of these sub-rewards. I'm going to ask my social group if they want to dye my hair. And then that will go along alongside me and this content that's about to start coming out for me. It's about to be another era of Carl. Oh no, High Guard was one of the things I planned for today, actually. However, what's preventing me from doing that alongside Dignity is that. I don't care who the fuck you are, I'm not giving people access to Secure Book and all that extra shit in order to play this video game. I don't need to do it. Like, there's more than enough content that has been presented from people who have actually shown what High Guard is, that we can have a conversation without High Guard, without me physically having played it myself, because I honestly cannot understand what they were thinking when they thought of this. Right? 3-on-3 gameplay, with a harvesting and siege mode, with giant fucking maps big enough to justify having mounts. But this is supposed to be a free-to-play multiplayer action shooter that you're supposed to expect people are going to receive with any serious acclaim. And not just a PvP shooter, it's a PvP raid shooter. With all of the hero quirks that come with that content. You have to be smoking. The farming and item loot acquisition of Apex Legends with the raid style of any top-down isometric or third-person map mover with the energy of Halo and Quake, but with absolutely zero fanfare. People said they wanted Titanfall 3. People said they wanted Apex Legends to be fixed. So you gave them this shit? Honestly, the part that's probably the most irritating is the raid function as well as the sieging of the raid towers, with active amounts of time between waiting points. This game and its requirements. This is not the cutting edge people want to consume. I've seen clips of people quitting out the tutorial, actually, because they got mad because of moretic dialogue. How else would win? And yes, Code Vein 2 did in fact get censored and edited in the American text description. So, like, I would have started today with playing Highguard. However, I'm not wasting my time fucking with my computer settings to potentially break something so that I may demonstrate the content of the game. I can be able to do so without having to do that shit. As far as arena shooters go, if you could say that I'm supposed to grab shields and additional health and weapons, that's one thing. But if I'm playing a hero shooter, why is the armor not built into the health system? Hell, I don't necessarily like the gameplay loop of Apex Legends, but it makes sense, right? Your shield becomes stronger the more damage you do to other people, thus gaining higher levels and higher levels of relevancy. You can go from gray shields to fucking red shields. And, like, with the exception of gold shields. The caveat is that that requires active gameplay. But if you wanted to do passive looting gameplay, you can also find shields of a higher level, so that you may then be able to slide up and defend against more potential damage, based on what other people may or may not be doing to you when you drop. And that's what loot zones that are controlled by storms. Like the enshittification of Fortnite-like concepts being gray-slopped across the content is the part that's the disenchantment. And mind you, but this is in the context with the game that I'm learning on the side right now, Eternal Return. That is also a battle royale. And yet, you craft your equipment, you craft healing, any shielding effects have to come from abilities and skills, and or augments. And the goal of that game is kill people. Kill people to get resources so that you can then become stronger, so you can have a better fighting chance against the other remaining team. But you kill people. You ain't gonna spend none of that time trying to siege a goddamn base. This makes for a long game mode with long matches. Are there ways for you to be able to speed up the content? If not, how does that directly affect you and how you're affecting those other players? Average match of League is like 30 to 35 to 45 minutes. Going off of reference. I have not touched the current season that is currently running right now. In that similar context, most matches in most competitive shooters are supposed to last somewhere between 15 to 25 minutes. An average taste of a particular run of Eternal Return, you could be in a match for 15 to 20 minutes based on what's going on in the game world, to getting wiped out in 7 seconds because somebody is unwilling to fucking move the map. Based on the content and based on the videos seen, I am not going to put my faith that Highguard is going to be the biggest, newest thing. Because something that people have already discussed, but is very obvious to somebody with actual taste, is that the only reason people are fucking with this is because it's free to play. The clicking in the back of your head should be the gears locking in place. The only reason people are touching this right now to demonstrate how shit it is of those that have the resources to do so, but they don't have a lot of money, is that it's free to play. If High Guard was not free to play, people would not be touching it, and you'd see worse numbers. Because people are looking at the enshittification here, and it's the fact that the free to play is going to be a boost for the player base by default for the conversation, and then everybody's jumping on as well as the meme. So your reviews are going to be meaningless right now, unless you're getting on-hand examples from people who have actual things to say. That isn't just repeating the memes and the talking points. So the conversation's going to be fucking scattered. It's going to be scatterbrained to begin with, period. 90% of the players have been lost in a day. The people who are touching it are getting into it because of those conversations. It's all the problems and more that a person can expect.
Oh, okay. Very good. Hey, I just responded to you yesterday. You called and said that.
I personally expect better. But this game would have just faded a slow, inordinate death without views. Well, allegedly, the reason why Dorito Pope chose to give it fucking eyes was because he personally liked it and thought this should be the future. And what he basically wanted was for a direct death of this game to happen. I mean, he's gonna get it. Because this game has been thrust into the spotlight now, and too many people are looking at it. Ironically enough, most of the people who started playing the game started playing it because they wanted to be around the, quote, hot woman. That's funny. That's funny to me. However, I digress. I'm handling something here, and then we're going to get into the content. Because, unfortunately, no matter how I try to put this off, this particular fucking piece of content needs to be consumed. If I can find the window that I left it on. Well, I somehow closed it. I have to bring it back up. One hour, 46 minutes, and 1 second. Watching the worst debate performance I've ever seen, also known as Anna Kasparian versus Pearl Davis at World War Debate. However, before we do that, as I still for time, unfortunately, if you all haven't seen this music video, I need you to look at this music video that was made by Abba and Preach.
Guys, yo! We got a banger coming on! The best song ever! You gotta play it right now! I want everybody to the dance floor! No women! No women! No women! No women! Oh, so you got a girl now. You change, make self-improvement, takes all day. Spend time with your girl. That's gay. Spend time with your boys. The red pill way. No, I don't want no women, no. No, I don't want no woman. No, I don't want your cuddles, no. I'd rather sleep with the boys. No, I don't want to meet girls, no. I don't want no women. Boys is the ones that get love from me. Spending time with my boys behind. Rubbing on their thighs. That's the red pill way. No, just no.
Rule number 1, do not make fun of comedians.
No, I don't want no women. Boys is the ones that get love from me. Spending time with my boys behind.
Number 2, do not make fun of comedians.
That's the red pill way. If you feel at home with your mom, oh yes, bro, I'm talking to you.
Number 3, do not beef with sketch artists.
If you're broken, hate these women, that's the red pill way. Yes, bro, I'm talking to you, baby. If you're ready to find your virgin,
In general, do not clown on people and attempt to have beef with people who will come cut at you in a way that will always be funnier for the culture. It is in your best interest that if you're gonna beef with a nigga, you better hope that shit is verbal, and you better hope that they don't make memes out of you.
wanna buy cash with no expertise, no women, no women, no wife, no pussy, no love, no love, no women, no wife, no pussy, no love, no, I don't want no women, no wife, no pussy, no love, no, I don't want no women, yeah, no wife, no pussy, no women, no wife, I don't want no women, no wife, no pussy, no wife, no wife.
Hello, Neo J.
No, I don't want no women, no wife, no pussy, no, I don't want no women. Boys just don't take it up from me. Spending time with my boys behind me. Rubbing on their thighs. That's the way. I don't want no women, no wife, no pussy, no, that's the way. No women, no wife, no pussy, no.
And you think it'd be over at that point, but no, it keeps going. The thing that's so fucked up about this diss, because it is in fact a diss track, despite being an absolute certified banger, there are so many cutthroat memes and jokes that are being referenced in the 4 minutes and 35 seconds of the runtime of this parody skit / dance video. That to know these things means that it is a reward for the journey that has been watching and consuming content from Abba and Preach. And yet, you don't have to be a fan of Abba and Preach in order to understand some of these things, and to point out many of these things, and to joke and clown on many of these things. Just like the shit that we're about to consume, concerning Pearl Davis, you don't have to know Pearl Davis intimately from her Red Pill shit in order for you to witness what happens when they cross out and leave containment from the particular sectors that spawned them. The cope that came afterwards from her fucking stream, where she tried to cope about her performance and basically had herself a case of hoping some violence would have happened that she would have been braver to do to Anna, is weird as fuck. Like, that's worth digging into as well. However, this alone is demonstrable of people being able to engage in the culture and learn parts of the culture without them ever having to actually, have to be told the shit that happened. Regardless. Finish the bit.
No
All right. And now for the hobo to tell me about politics. Or rather, to present us this entire debate in its full setting. I think I prefer Dylan Burns' view on the content more than the relative view that would be accessible to most people. But you could probably find his take, and anyone else's take for that matter, from another place to be, like, conclusively relevant for a lot of the shit that it might matter for. But away we go!
The way that this debate was described to me is that Pearl Davis could be described as maybe like a baby fawn. You guys know like a baby deer? I love deer. I think they're adorable. So she would be like a baby fawn, and Anna Kasparian would be like I would say maybe like some sort of like hydraulic press that the baby fawn is taped to. It was not good. It was not good. Baby fawn, Honda, or Ford F-150. Okay, maybe instead of the hydraulic press, because it was not good. The problem is these craters keep getting made in some factory. It feels like that. It feels like they're getting made in some factory where they're trained on how to have basically pre-scripted back and forth with people as if they were on a podcast. I don't know if you see these YouTube shorts or TikTok shorts all the time, but it's like people are pretending to be on a podcast. I don't know if you've seen this.
This is basically an engagement trick that people are using to try and be involved in content. This is also basically what Irrelevant was doing and continues to do. They go and they have debates with people on short form content. They clip their videos and their content from the people that they're having this discourse with. And they basically are having conversations to themselves. They download full content and disengage entirely from the matrices of actual discussion across the actual place that they're talking. And the view, my X output wasn't going out. Cringe. They talk about content in the idea and in the perpetuity as though they are the subject lead on the format. So, the way that Pirate Software made and makes his shorts, take something, clip it in a way where a person seems like an authoritative figure that's describing some kind of funny story or interesting bit or some kind of shit. That. Doing content like that. But instead of it clearly being, I'm reacting to something that happened in my broadcast, it's just yapping. Absent of engagement from an outside source. Like you're responding to a prompt. And what happens when you do this is that when you post a lot of content like this, it makes it appear as though you are a lively content creator with a healthy ecosystem, or at least a healthy engagement of an ecosystem for conversations that you're having at large and at proxy with other individuals. Which is the trick. No, the fuck you're not. Because any engagement that you're doing comes directly from how you are contributing that conversation to the actual back and forth, right? If I'm having a lively discussion with someone, there's going to be response, counter response, response, callback, response, conversation, elaboration. You're not just going to be talking endlessly and then berating down on a person with clips and sound effects. That's not real. That's not real content. That is clipped and edited. That makes you look like you're smarter than you are. Instead of the shit that I basically put out, which is either one part skit, one part being a goofball, one part a point, and one part a response that's just pointing out obvious truths that are being left out because the person's speaking in an echo chamber, as is the case with most of TikTok. The short-form content monetization flip basically is literally who's acting as though they're debating people or acting as though they're discussing content and strategy, whether they're doing so from a broadcast or a live stream or individually on content, and then just basically existing as an influencer without any actual background. No one knows who they are. No references, no community, no place that they come from. They just pop up out of the ether like a fungus.
Where someone would be like, so you guys ever heard of John Baptiste? John Baptiste? Who's that? Well, it's John Baptiste. Of course you've heard of John Baptiste. No, give me the breakdown on who John Baptiste is. And it's just like back and forth. And you sit there and it feels so antisocial. It feels so lonely and sad. Whatever factory makes those content creators is the same factory that created Pearl Davis. Because Pearl Davis essentially...
That's pretty much an accurate take. That's just basically an accurate take. The red pill is what created Pearl, the same way that Grace Thorpe was created by a lol cow watching. And in both those ways, they are basically two sides of the same coin. The difference is Grace Thorpe came from a broken household full of people trying to exploit her for her intelligence, for her femininity, or for her body, or whatever, to try and get views. And Pearl Davis was one of those sharks in the water that basically used the red pill as a platform to build a stage for herself so that she could then meteorically launch herself into the direction of using that to make money, the same way that Destiny attempts to make money. You could technically say that's the same thing that spawned Destiny, and thus spawned Hassan Piker, and thus spawned Vosh, and thus spawned the Vosh clones, and thus spawned the Destiny clones, and the so on, and the so on, and the so on. But it's like, some of these figures are established. They had backgrounds, they had communities, they had platforms. They built their shit the hard way, and they had to pivot every single time something went wrong for them. So for somebody like Pearl Davis, again, popped out the ether fungus.
Whatever factory makes those content creators is the same factory that created Pearl Davis. Because Pearl Davis essentially got her fame by having a podcast where they would bring people on, larger than her, bring the audience to her, and then would perform in a way to make their audience happy. Say things about where a woman's place is and around society of an extreme conservative tilt in order to make them happy. What exactly they were saying in any individual moment doesn't really matter all that much. It just seemed like they would say whatever would make them most happy in that moment. And when you see those types of hints, when you see somebody always just kind of playing to the crowd, you get a little worried when you hear that they've agreed to a debate like this, because I don't think Pearl Davis has the depth of knowledge to debate literally anything. Foreign policy, healthcare, economics, social issues. I mean, social issues probably is where she'd have the easiest, because that's seems to get a lot of clicks and she spent a lot of time with that. But you can choose the issue, and I don't think that it's somewhere she has either a depth of knowledge, and she also certainly doesn't have the skill to actually go back and forth with competition who has not been set there to help her succeed.
100%. And this is basically the case. When you're dealing with people who actually have a wealth of knowledge and have something to say about the concept that's being discussed, and those that are then setting the stage for the shit that's happening. You could basically say this is the reason why Wick has a platform. People are not trained on how to have conversations. Literally last night, after I comp-trolled, I witnessed a conversation that started from basically people in a room reminiscing on the good old days of Steven Crowder. This was inside of Wick TV's server. Around the good old days of Steven Crowder's content and how he's become audience captured. Because, quote, everybody left him, and people saying, lol, that's so funny, this is a good thing. He used to be good at his job, and now he's a loser. He's a loser. To then immediately using Devin's content about Minneapolis, and it wasn't a good pivot, to then discuss the nature of how people are fucking with ICE. Where a very, very proud leftist person who explained himself as a democratic socialist attempted to basically not understand the difference between what is legal and what is protected by the First Amendment right, and what is effective when it comes to actually protecting and enshrining your rights, so that you may be able to push against what people would claim against the counter-ludonarrative dissonance is a fascist regime that's trying to kill you. And then it pivoted into an agreement that a lot of the problems that come with people doing monetization with things like EBT, SNAP, temporary assistance for needy families, is something that people very much mismanage because it's done by committee with people who are not actually looking at the data heuristics and applying them IRL, because they 100% did the meme. They did the meme of not understanding the difference between sympathy and empathy and how to properly apply them. Because it's just, I don't understand how people cannot understand these things. And then they attempted to try and prescript how they're going to solve that problem. And the answer that they tried to give, while not actually understanding the levers of power that are in play when it comes to power politics, diplomacy and democracy, and sovereignty, when it comes to using diplomacy, was, I'm going to take money from the millionaires and billionaires and effectively make a second-tier class system and a financial caste. I'm going to take money from the billionaires and millionaires, and I'm going to redistribute the wealth. That'll stop them from touching politics with money. These amount of people standing behind Trump is bad. I tried so many times to ask this person clarifying questions. They couldn't explain to me their worldview in a concise manner. And yet, very much so, people kept trying to barge into the conversation with absolutely nothing to say or with a lot of something to say. Ironically, one of the people talking who was the most knowledgeable, or at least the most able to speak on the issue. Any means where they were basically lecturing this dumbass without saying, dumbass, I'm lecturing you, was somebody who was also playing Arkfield. But I digress. That's just a little tidbit that I picked up while I was listening to it. This individual, besides myself, was one of the few people in the room who I identified myself as an ex-Fed with political knowledge and with political expertise, because I had been involved in making these kinds of policy decisions. This person actively couldn't tell me and map out to me how he got from, I don't like how people treat money in politics and how they treat influence in the world, because capitalism, what they were really identifying was what they claimed was late stage capitalism, which was really just cronyism and plutocracy, because money from the business sector getting into politics everywhere else, which is going to happen, period, because that's how money works. That's how influence works. This person couldn't differentiate between the steps that bring you to your information being discussed as a factor of just the reality of the marketplace. No, you live in a place like New York. There's going to be some wealthy Jews that might have money. It's not because it's a buzzword for basically choosing when to attack people by calling them Zionists. It's just that there's wealthy Jews there. A lot of wealthy Jews and a lot of wealthy brownstones. Just as part as the five boroughs, as it would be for the Italians, as it would be for Celtics, as it would be for the Irish, and so on, and so on, and so on. He couldn't differentiate between people like Mangione and people's discomfort with people grabbing at the levers of power and trying to fuck with how the system works. And then making up a explanation for who exactly he's trying to describe. Is he trying to describe people like Pelosi? Is he trying to describe people that are a part of the ATF, that are the enforcement brigade? And their answer, they could not give a direct attribution for what they were trying to discuss and who they were trying to target. It was literally just face down, I want to take money from rich people. Including people who were self-made. Because they're using their money for harm. So I should redistribute all the wealth to people who won't use it for harm. Every single time I tried to ask clarifying questions, this person didn't understand basic economic words. You have to dumb it down for them. No, I shouldn't. If they don't understand the concept, they shouldn't be having a discussion. If they don't understand the terminology, they shouldn't be having the discussion. Because it literally is a case of short attention span. He could not engage with the question because he, quote, one, either didn't understand it, no matter how it was rephrased, or someone trying to paraphrase for me. And then they couldn't directly engage with the criticism of, explain to me how you're going to stop people from being power brokers just because you took away money. This person didn't understand that money and power are not the same thing. So, you steal money from the rich because you think they shouldn't have the ability to spread wealth in politics. Congratulations, dumbass. They're now using something that isn't a fiat currency. Explain to me how you stop them from being a power broker. Well, I took their money. That means they don't have power. No, you didn't. You took fiat currency. They don't have to have liquid asset to throw around. This person is a person that lives inside of politics. They are a current sitting person that is the majority whip of a party. They trade votes on your bill with you giving them concessions to rewrite the tax code. Where is the money exchange, dumbass? Things like this. This happens all the time. This is basically a callback to what we were discussing on the second PIP, when all of us with Rumor got into the discussion about who should opt in and jump into the arena upon which to have these discussions. In this case, this is just people in a room discussing things, whether it's on camera or not. And boy, if it was on camera, all of these people would have been fucking silenced. This person couldn't elaborate their point. Jabbering for 5 to 10 minutes at a time, trying to fight against multiple people who are disagreeing with them. Other people more agile in the issue. Other people more breasted and on hand with the issue. And yet, multiple times, they were allowed to go on and on and on. Cutting directly to the goddamn point and asking a blunt question, they can't answer it, and they don't understand the terminology for it. So why are you talking? These things repeat themselves. Because everybody got an opinion, but that doesn't necessarily mean everybody got to hear it. Especially if it's an unformed opinion that isn't informed from regulatory knowledge. Even with people like Dylan Burns originally doing the Hippy Dippy Championship to prepare people on how to be agile like that, ultimately that just became a place where people had their personal disputes out on stage, and then it became a cage match. However, putting this in context with why I'm bringing that point up, something that will be very noticeable, especially if some of you watch that full debate, because I would prefer, because I didn't even know Christy Winters was going to be on that show. When you go and you look at that content, and then you go and you look at the conversation that's had on the post-debate stage, which is where I make a surprise appearance in like the last 45 minutes, because I was watching from the point where they opened up the back end. The problem is when you're in a venue where a person basically has their ideas being stopped dead in tracks because someone's reading the super chat dono, this kills any momentum of a conversation. You can't get in the reads. You can't discuss the nitty-gritty details because the person either doesn't have the knowledge and doesn't have the wealth of knowledge to do it even with notes. And then ultimately, the conversation gets away from you because so many people trying to clamor to try and muck up attention decide that, in some cases, and this is what Wick does, not throwing shade to the man. The man's very open about this because he's discussed it in Symposium. This kind of rhetoric control, this kind of comp trolling of the content comes before, the money comes before the content, but the content is paid for with the money, gives the investment that the only way the discussion happens is if you're throwing cash at the person who's hosting the platform. And if the platform doesn't receive enough money because it's not working for free, you are effectively creating an environment where the loudest fucking retard who has no patience, no pattern for attention, and no decency can be able to control the actual vector of attention and discussion. It's not even a problem with then communicating your idea. Like, you start trying to express your thought, you get interrupted because someone wants to read a super chat over your fucking words. Now you just start your sentence all the way fuck over again. while the person is also trying to play around with the setting, the phrasing of the question, the phraseology, and then you open up a post-debate stage, or you open up an all versus one stage, and you've got multiple people clamoring for fucking microphone space, and nobody can respect the fucking forum, unless they have to crack the whip and say, hey, listen now, I don't do it for free. This creates the caveat of what creates the environment of people pro-Davis. It's what creates Dave Pavlov. It's what creates Harry Sasson. It's what creates our element. It's what pays Destiny. It's what pays Hassan. It's what helps to pay some of the stragglers that can make a name for themselves in their particular grift amongst the Nebula elite. The Nebula niggas. It's what pays people like FD Signifier. It very much pays Wick, but this is his design. That's how he chooses to do it. And it's what pays for fucking fallen off people like Bosch. This flow, this work state, this is antithetical to actually discussing things. Certainly, you can choose to try to explain things in a way that you can try to claim is smaller. You can claim that you have to shorten it from a 3-minute discussion or presentation of a concept, especially if a person is not fucking formed, to a 60-second detail over a minute. You could shorten it to 30 seconds. You could try to do it so with memes. But unfortunately, the problem that you still have to get away with here is that the platform is incapable of actually sustaining the conversation based on the venue it's being had. Basically, if you're yucking yums doing one step removed from internet blood sports to going onto a stage like this, you're not going to be prepared to actually handle yourself because you can't pivot to the audience and be like, haha, I really cooked her with my meme. That completely deflected from the point that she was making. Because it doesn't. It just doesn't. When you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, you should shut up. When you can't be able to debate these things in such a way where you can actually hold your own, you have to accept that, lol, you failed. You busted. You got felted. And what we are about to witness is what happens when you step out of the safe box where you've been invited for content and you actually have to have ideas and opinions of your own. Boop.
I don't know what firm created Davis, but if they made the decision to put her
Quack. Hi, Tusky. How magenta are your fingers?
in a debate environment like this against a live opponent, I'll say that about Anna Kasparian. A live opponent in Anna Kasparian was a terrible, god-awful, very no good idea. Because
that would be the delivery people at the door. Hello. Yes. I just saw somebody that I hadn't seen in a while that used to work food service across from businesses I worked at. Small world.
I saw some clips of this, and I heard that description of it being basically a deer getting hit on the highway by a Ford F-150. And the one clip I saw seemed to indicate that. But I'm not gonna skip around. We're not just gonna look at 1 or 2 clips on in context. We'll watch as much of this as we can stop.
That's half the reason why most people come away from debates that way. They only get 1 fucking clip. Because, as we discussed, people just look at the fucking clips. This stupid fucking stringy goddamn straw from Liquid IV. Get in there. The clip nature of debates makes it impossible to follow along with things if you're just hearing about it secondhand and not watching it from the context of the full performance.
Stomach. Before I make the decision that I think that's enough Pearl for one day.
Ladies and gentlemen, this debate, our main card, has a little bit of a different format than what we did previously. We're going to have the opening statements for both of you. Those will be 5 minutes apiece. Then you'll each get 10 minutes to kind of do an interrogatory of the other. That will go back and forth. And then after that, we'll go into open debate. As you saw with some of the other debates earlier, we try to let the other person answer. I'll try to jump in as I can, but for the most part, I want you all to mix it up, all right? Have fun with it.
Sounds good.
And who is first?
I'm first.
I thought so. Anna, take it away. We got 5 minutes.
In a May 2024 appearance on Tim Pool's Culture War podcast, my opponent, Pearl Davis, declared that women aren't really doing much. We're not having kids. We're not really contributing to the economy when you look at output. In fact, she uses this ridiculous assertion to argue that women should not have the right to vote. While it's true the birth rate has declined, and we'll revisit that in a bit, women account for 47%.
By the way, I don't think women should have the right to vote either, but when I say that, I only mean one woman, and that's Pearl Davis. Everyone else, of course, but just Pearl Davis.
Of the American workforce. The Council of Economic Advisors found that—
What a fucking stupid thing. It's just give me attention. It's just, I don't want women to vote. I don't want this group of people. It's just give me attention. It's give me attention. I'm an attention whore. Look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me. I can dance for those who would hate me for what's between my legs, right? It's just sad, the idea of coming out. I don't think women should vote. Why are we listening to you then? You're a woman. If you come out and tell me women's opinions are not valuable, they shouldn't be voting, and you're doing this in order to get like the Nick Fuentes type audience to come over to you and clap like seals, why should I listen to you? If you're the last if what you're saying is true, then you're the last person I should listen to on any number of issues. Why do you have a platform? If anything, a woman having an influential podcast, if what she's saying is true, would be more harmful than any woman voting, because the amount of impact that could have on other people voting is much more immense, because she has like hundreds of thousands of people who, well, used to have hundreds of thousands of people that would tune into her show. So this is something like, oh, no. They don't get rights. They shouldn't have influence, but I'm the woman who should have it. She
Exactly.
wants to hoard all that influence and power for herself as the exclusive correct woman, but all the other women, don't listen to them. Those are the liberal hissies that have destroyed this country and voted in the Obamas.
That's effectively the problem here. I've said this before, but I'll let him recap it for me so I can save words because I'm chewing. When someone says something retarded that basically obsoletes their position because they have argued against their own obsolescence, and rather than arguing against it, they've argued for it, you just follow the logical follow-through. Like, oh, okay. Your opinion shouldn't matter? Based. Don't mind if I fucking do. You think your opinions and worldviews shouldn't be seen and heard? Say less, twin. Hey, why would I not? Why shouldn't I not? Because it sounds like it'd be cool and nice? No. You're getting called a retard.
Women have contributed a substantial portion of the U.S. economic growth since 1970, which wouldn't have been made possible without the feminist movement. By 2017, women were responsible for nearly 40% of total gross domestic product, amounting to a whopping $7.6 trillion. Of course, that figure doesn't include the trillions of dollars in unpaid labor women do every year tending to the household, raising children, and caring for ailing parents. And when it comes to certain sectors of our economy, women are a dominant and indispensable force. Like in the healthcare industry, where they make up nearly...
If you took out women from the workforce and you took them away from nursing, our hospitals would simply not function. You would have to shut a majority of hospitals down, and we would simply not have enough nurses. And when I say not have enough nurses, I mean 80 to 90% of our nurses would be gone.
80% of workers, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
I just threw 80 to 90% out there, okay? I'm not saying I'm a magic calculator, but it's not impossible.
That's 16.4 million women. When it comes to education, in 1960, women earned less than 35% of all bachelor's degrees. Today, they earn roughly 58% of all bachelor's degrees, which Pearl herself benefited from after graduating from Elmhurst University. Women also earn over 60% of master's degrees. I hope to hear Pearl explain how a more educated and skilled population somehow translates to cultural decline, especially as we compete with China in this increasingly multipolar world. The modern feminist movement also had a major impact on decreasing domestic violence, and that's according to the U.S. Department of Justice. Rates of intimate partner violence decreased by more than 60% from 1994 to 2010.
Now, this is sad, but it's also true that it is likely also tied to the cultural normalcy of divorce, making it easier for people to leave relationships that otherwise they would have felt trapped inside. While there, of course, are...
I believe the case of this is one of those situations I said last night when I was comp trolling. You have a responsibility to pick better men and to pick better women. Certainly, people can lie, people can hide who they are, but you then have the apparatus of divorce to be able to navigate this.
The conservatives talk often about the cultural negatives of that normalcy. And of course, you can talk about trying to make healthier marriages in the first place instead of unhealthy marriages that you want to divorce from and try to jump out of and escape. You're trying to escape a relationship. It's not a good relationship. But that is one of the reasons that it is easier and culturally more accepted now to leave, especially for a reason like that.
And that's thanks to protective order statutes and funding for shelters beginning in the 1970s and 80s. Not only did the two-income household become more financially resilient, especially during economic downturns, women gained the ability to leave abusive relationships, an outcome correlated with improved child health and educational attainment. A culture that protects people from violence is not one that's indicative of cultural decline. Pearl herself has benefited greatly from the feminist movement, thanks to Title IX in 1972, signed by Nixon, of course.
She's benefited from Title IX. She's benefited from intergenerational wealth. She is a child of a large family with parents that have put them onto a path for success by affording them the ability for her to say the dumbass, retarded shit that she says, that affords her the ability to be so short-sighted with how she chooses to speak and act.
Sex-based discrimination in any school program or activity that receives federal funding is prohibited. Pearl herself had a rather impressive record playing for Elmhurst University's volleyball team, having earned all conference honors as a senior. She later pursued professional volleyball in London. She could have stayed in the United States and served in her role as a traditional woman, but she didn't. And she could have been the traditional chaste woman living out her dream of everything women were supposed to do before feminism. But she is neither traditional nor chaste by her own admission. While feminists would have no problem with her personal choices,
Why are you smiling, Pearl? Holy. Pearl, why are you smiling? You should not be happy about that. That's not a good thing to be proud of.
she has made a career bashing women for theirs. Critics often argue that modern feminism has weakened families and resulted in a lower birth rate. They tend to dismiss empirical evidence demonstrating the insidious impact of the internet, social media on modern relationships.
Another weird thing, there are some studies that show that increased video game access was also something that decreased domestic violence. I saw somebody in chat also bring it up earlier. I've seen that before. I don't know if that's true. One study doesn't necessarily prove that it's true. It's just something to look at. But the idea of more distractions in the household, like, I wonder if it's just, if that is true, if it's like a distraction thing, like if Rubik's Cubes got really popular for a year, if it would have decreased it by like a percentage point or something. I don't know.
They also brush economic instability under the rug, despite young people citing their personal finances as the main reason why they're holding off on marriage in the first place. In lieu of discussing those factors, Pearl spends much of her time discouraging men from getting married in the first place. During her debate with Trent Horn, she declared that men are better off shacking up without ever getting married. Her reason?
Like in a hedonist sense, maybe, but in terms of actually being satisfied with their life, they hate themselves. They hate themselves and the women they're surrounded by. Damn, what does that sound like? Sounds like the red pill, don't it? Surround yourself with whores and sluts and get free sex, but be annoyed by the company you keep. Yeah, that makes for a good, satisfying life. At the same time, women, ride the cock carousel. Commit yourself to no man. Live off his wallet. You gotta lead his relationship with something. What does that lead to the women being? Vainglorious. Monetary motivated. No loyalty to anything except the wallet and the almighty dollar. And what they can get out of you. Which may include child pay. Especially if you accidentally or they purposely find ways to paternity fraud you into either knocking them up or making you claim responsibility for a child that may not belong to you. And even if the child did, thus being deeply unhappy while becoming a statistic in the system, and thus creating another broken home, another broken family, and another broken child in a broken world. Or breaking world, decaying world.
Women are too fat and STD infected.
25%, that's a lot.
You did say that. She didn't stop to think about how they contracted the STDs in the first place.
Boring.
Data from the National Library.
Getting mad as hell, just repeating your words to you. Something that shouldn't happen, because you said them. Suddenly, it's not based to actually own your takes. Damn!
Of medicine show that modern men are just as promiscuous as modern women. Men and women are in bad shape, and in the United States, we can discuss why, but feminism is not the reason.
Very good. Thank you.
That was a really strong opening from Anna. I think these types of environments is probably where Anna does some of her best work. I don't really listen to Anna, a lot of her like news commentary anymore. I remember just hearing like a few bad takes.
It's because her news commentary is really bad. Because while she might be the news director of the Young Turks, the problem with the nature of the Young Turks is that this is what happens when a channel that was the new media becomes a foster of the legacy media. They have to serve their bases, and they have to throw red meat to the left-wing audience that obviously supports the Young Turks. That when Chunk Yogurt's getting bouldered, she sometimes can be right up there next to him with his opinions, which leads to bad outcomes and bad outlooks. I quote AJW for this. While she can have intelligent takes, when she has a bad take, high score! When she has a bad take, she needs to be criticized for it. However, when we're talking about the reality of the facts, having a discussion on the reality of the facts is not the same thing as having a wild take that came from ripped from the headline discussion of content. Because obviously, you're going to have a lot better of an opinion of something that you are prepared for, and that you've prepared and researched, rather than an off-the-cuff opinion about something that's developing in the news cycle, and that you're discovering more information about as it's happening. Women like Pearl are funny because they tell me to be a woman and not do a man's job because I shouldn't be lifting heavy boxes, but I'm a great type of lifting shit and Pearl won't pay me my fucking bills. True. I think if you agree with the viewpoint from which Dylan Burns broke down here and that I've broken down before, it's the argument of obsolescence shit. You shouldn't work because a man should do that for you, Tusky. But actually, you could just weaponize tools of feminism and say, actually, I'm not going to wait for a man to lift this box for me. I'm going to lift this box for me. And you don't even have to go all the way to the left to say, I'm going to pick up this box and I'm going to move her from here to here. It's like, I'm going to move this box from here to here so that when I bend over with my sundress, my ass takes up so much more eye space when he looks at me from the left. That's me throwing something out there as a point. I've unironically done that to try and allow a partner to show off a dress for me better. As I planned it. But the idea here is that I would expect someone with a mouth and a mind. There's an example you can say 10 times fast. I love a woman with a mouth and a mind. I love a woman with a mouth and a mind. I love a woman with a mouth and a mind. I love a woman with a mouth and a mind. New vocal stem unlocked. Clippers? You need clippers in chat? Clip it! Carl said to himself as he was the one that clicks the clip button. Or at least I will have to. I have to refresh my Steam manager. It's not up to date where we are on the stream. Nah, I can press the button. It is always going to be more important to have a woman with a mouth and a mind who's researched on topics than somebody who's got a mic and a microphone who just yaps incessantly with nothing to fucking say. Certainly one can make the argument that that is exactly what the debate stage is designed for. But unfortunately, there are people who don't respect this. They waste their time with it. They treat it like it's a game. Talking about the future of the world, and they're out here playing like it's a game for attention. But alas.
Takes on Ukraine, like, giving them Patriots. Why are we giving them Patriots? We're giving the Patriots to help the defense companies. That's why we're giving them Patriots. It's like, okay, that's why we're giving Ukraine Patriots, and the only reason we're giving Ukraine Patriots, the Patriots don't even work. Just saying stuff that is like clearly ignorant. But like, you cannot deny Anna is fucking vicious in these things. It's like sometimes when I watch her in these things, it feels like a curb stomping. But this one is something different.
Nice job. Okay, Pearl, you have 5 minutes. You're going to be on the clock, and let's go.
Most debaters and commentators are elitists who tell average Americans from their ivory towers what to think and how to feel. My answer to...
I mean, that'd be nice if it weren't for the fact that Anna Kasparian was the firestorm that caused people to try and look at her politics based on when she decided to come clear about her assault, and that they couldn't blame Infinity migrants and they couldn't blame the regular targets and had to blame black people because she was assaulted by them in a means and way in which a woman shouldn't have been harassed, especially not a person who has some level of fame to her and does have money to pay for fucking security. But of all the people you could say that to, you probably shouldn't say that to Anna Kasparian, because she has more skin in the game than most pundits.
This question not only comes from covering current events and researching the facts, data, and statistics, but also in my profession.
But that's what you're supposed to do. Hello?
And let's go.
Most debaters and commentators are elitists who tell average Americans from their ivory towers what to think and how to feel. My answer to this question not only comes from covering current events and researching the facts, data, and statistics, but also in my professional experience interviewing over 1,000 people in America and Western nations.
Going onto a platform and yucking up a fucking stage is not interviewing thousands of people. You're not interviewing people when you go onto debates and you start calling them retards, actually. And yes, there are many commentators and there are many political pundits and figures and YouTubers, video essayists, what have you, that try to lecture to people without actually doing research in the information. But they can also do the research in the information and just use the exact same data to come to an entire extrapolated conclusion that might not reflect the actual worldview of the material conditions on the ground. And yes, there are more than enough people that are leftists that are definitely doing that, just as much as there are people that are rightists that are doing that. And those that are apolitical doing that. And those that are anarcho-primitives doing that. And those that are accelerations doing that. You're basically calling out the DG complex, you're calling out the Hassanite complex, you're calling out the lazy, provocative, and performative activists. You're talking about the fucking layabout content creators that lack consistency with the content, that just slam things like politics all the time, every time, but they don't have the actual bravado to actually promote and get the ball rolling in any serious way. You're basically just describing the pundits that exist on Twitter right now, and that exist on YouTube right now, that exist in the mainstream right now. And unfortunately, there are some that actually do the groundwork, that actually go through and don't do that from an ivory tower position, that actually consider that the world isn't going to always protect them from the consequences of their politics as they get applied to the real world into people who will actually eat the consequences for the things they want. That's supposed to be your job. That's supposed to be everybody's job. You're not special for doing this.
Feminism has given women power, and power corrupts. And that's what's happening.
I mean, there are some people who have weaponized feminism to give themselves power so that can be able to monetize this. You know? The idea that, for example, from what I was discussing earlier, a Democrat socialist can complain about the way that the world works and say that there are too many people that are CEOs and business leaders that have hands in power. It completely ignores people like Patrisse Cullors. Patrisse Cullors weaponized her position and weaponized her involvement in power to extract wealth from Black Lives Matter America to buy herself large mansions for her portfolio. That doesn't happen without standing on the corpses of dead bodies. That didn't happen without using black bodies as a banking resource. She was then able to escape into private life and has seen no real consequence. The money wasn't taken away. The houses weren't taken away. She owns them now. This is number one. It's gone. It's done. Boom. Cash out. As many examples that exist like that, there are thousands that exist on the other side of the margin. And there are people who do it right, and there are people who do it wrong. Definitely, Patrisse Cullors is an example of somebody who did it wrong. And if there's a just and merciful God, there will be swiftly adjusted for in the next 4 years.
Feminism is robbing men of their disposable income and their prime earning years.
True, but you're going to have to be a lot more direct than feminism.
Feminism
Well, first love
has empowered women.
By the way, my boyfriend was in the room. They were looking at me. They handed me like a drink. I needed a drink or something. And then they just heard, feminism is ruining men's disposable income. And they proceeded to die and leave the room.
It has empowered women to be sexually promiscuous. Feminists say that they fought for women to not subject themselves to the approval of men. Why then are 5 to 10% of women between the...
By the way, I'm actually, if you guys want to know why I like big, tall people with schlongs and not, and you know, that's the type of people I date. Pearl convinced me. Pearl just kept bashing women so much. I was like, okay, guy, fine, okay, chill. I'll stay away. You've warned me of them like they're poisoned frogs of some sort. I'll stay away. She guided me to the true path.
Ages of 18 to 25 on OnlyFans or other prostitution websites.
You're gay, not bi. I'm bi. Bye.
There are more online prostitutes in America than female Walmart employees. 1 of 3 women will catch an STD at some point in their life.
What a random statistic. There are more female prostitutes than there are Walmart employees. Why Walmart employees, like female Walmart employees? What she's trying to get at.
She's trying to get at the idea that there are more people being online prostitutes, which is to say OnlyFans models, models, than there are normal, average wage earning non-socialites and socialites. Socialites being representative of influencer. Like real job influencer, but they also do real work in a business, in a store, for a corporation. Like, say, me. You have to address a deeper concern problem that is presented by the reality of the issue of discussing problems and concerns that come from this kind of inevitable antithesis. Which is a very big, funny way to say, bitch, make this make sense. Why would you say that? Well, it's because it's true. As many people could be socially online and engaged in diatribes, specifically making content and making money off of their ability to earn an income based from the actual deficit of money that they're earning and the deficit of money that they're expressing, you're talking about people also being able to make a recompense of that cash towards a direct outcome that has ameliorative qualities that are comparative to desperate impacts created by opportunity. Opportunities that most people do not have the ability to afford doing because most people are not willing to slut themselves out. They're not willing to destroy and debase themselves. They're not going to have another man come into their house and fuck them for money on the internet. Certainly, a person can use their attraction and they can use their wiles to build a name for themselves and to build something for themselves doing that. And that's not the problem here. It's not the problem of slut-shaming the women. There's nothing about it that I wish to point out through slut-shaming. It is the reality of the problem. And I know this because I've done it. I know it because I've done it. It is the question of how do you want to make a living for yourself? And unfortunately, the way that people want to make a living for themselves is against the theoretical versus the real. For these girls, there are more girls willing to get fucked on camera and allow themselves to become porn stars, de facto porn stars, and ruin their lives, ruin potential future children's lives, and so on, then there are people who are willing to earn a wage the hard way, by working for it. Because the other path is easier, and is much more amenable to those that are willing to go down it. A person is willing to destroy themselves if they can make cash on it on the back end. If you don't think too hard about it. That's pretty fucking insidious and pretty fucking lazy, but this is the reality of the material concern. There is no getting away from the reality of that material concern. So, holding this thing to be true, that is a true thing to bring up. However, where are you about to go with this data? Rewind. Hit me.
There are more female prostitutes than there are Walmart employees. Why Walmart employees? Like female Walmart employees,
because it's a big dynasty business, I'd have to assume. Walmart and the Walden Company are also basically tied into things like Costco now, which is now known as Sam's Club in certain places. They're all the same business, even if they have different names. It's like people knowing the difference between Hardee's in the South and in the West, Carl's Jr. But they are the same thing.
what she's trying to get at. Why we use that as the standard, not like nurses or something like that. It had to. I'm sure she like looked at a list and then.
I mean, I understand the point that you're about to make and the point that you're making right now, but the problem here is that nurses would imply a level of education that would be a bit short-sighted. By using Walmart employees, you actually get a lot more closer to the issue on hand, which is that you have people that have these viewpoints, and these people with these viewpoints are demonstrative of the deeper cut that you're trying to cut towards, which is people who don't have the affordability. Ah, I see. That's a different battery. That's a different battery. The people have a different concern that they're attempting to bark up for compared to the material conditions that they're trying to work towards in the opposite direction. You've got more people that are on the issue of how do we make money off some stuff versus how do we make issues concerning ourselves with what we can monetize in this fashion. It's a lot easier to go that one way than the other. Okay, those are maxed out. I need another production line.
Then stopped right where the dividing line was. I got Walmart employees. There are more prostitutes in this country than those working at Rita's ice cream dispensaries for Italian ice cream. There are more prostitutes in this country. Like the sexual promiscuity that are sold by prostitutes are bought by who? Who is keeping prostitutes in business? Who is keeping the longest and oldest profession in the world running? Okay, I'll tell you, it's not other prostitutes.
Lifetime, 90% will catch HPV, which is incurable. Feminism has empowered women to abort an eighth of the world population and a third of Gen Z. Feminists have been so empowered to commit paternity fraud. Paternity fraud is unpunished in any state in the USA or any country in the West.
This is true.
If done correctly, a man will have to pay for a child he was fooled into believing was his until that child reaches maturity. In some states, that man will also have to pay for that kid's college. That is slavery and is forbidden under the 13th Amendment. 1/3 of paternity tests are negative by the American Association of Blood Banks.
Under that logic, taxes are slavery. Under the idea that having to pay, look, they think they don't know who the parent is. They need some income to support the child. You're the parental figure. They choose. This is the outcome that the state has chosen is the best outcome when there's no good outcome because the daddy's gone. Does that kid just have to starve alone? This is what society has chosen. It's not slavery against the 13th Amendment. You could say that it's not a good system, that we need to figure out something else. We need to figure out something that's more supportive, but it's not slavery. Again, this is it.
But it is. It's wage slavery. It's just that it's not the kind of slavery you would think, because then why is that man in this situation? But then again, as we've learned, people could just lie sometimes, and then things go awry because of them lying and cheating and stealing and being manipulative. I can't do the extension here.
It's never just like, oh, I think some men maybe are better outside of marriage. It has to be, don't get married because women are too fat and full of STDs. It has to be something like that, because otherwise, who's going to click on our video for the mid takes?
Feminism has empowered women to rob men of their time, their resources, their reputation, their children, and in the most extreme cases, their lives.
Who yelled in the back? Who was the cuck who yelled in the back for that shit?
They do this through child support.
I can't tell if they're...
She's still not even done with her opening. Oh, that's so sad.
You're cheering for men losing their lives to feminism or for Pearl. And knowing the type of people that are typically in these crowds, having been to events like this before, it could honestly be either.
Court, alimony, false allegations, and paternity fraud. How many people in this arena have a brother, a father, an uncle, or a friend who has gone through this meat grinder? Anna has been on the air for 15 years and is completely oblivious to these issues.
She's been on the air for 20 years. Your facts aren't right. At least 15, and then underselling it by 5 years is really undoing her credibility. She worked for that. She became a political blonde. She wasn't born a blonde, but she became a political blonde. Give her credit.
It's a silent genocide of the lives of millions of men.
Also, not mentioned yet, but I'm mentioning it here. Reading off paper, the ability to read off paper directly contesting a bunch of the discussion being concerned and had. This then directly affects her ability to discuss what she's discussing. I find it curious. I find it curious. I find it curious. I find it curious. I might even have to design this myself. Fuck me. One-to-one work. One-to-one work. Okay. I think I know how I want to do it.
Standing on the sidelines of the arena, I have 33-year combat veteran Terrence Popp.
Genocide? The feminist holocaust of the man? Like, again, she has to... If you're in a debate like this, it's one thing to say statements like this to get attention and, like, try to, inspire your side. But you also have to dig a trench. You got to defend your position. And she's putting positions out there that are just indefensible. And she particularly does not have the skills to defend it. I mean, you can see her setting herself up for failure.
He served through 3 wars and was almost killed in 2. He got married, had 2 children, and served in the United States Army. Terrence Popp was deployed to Iraq in 2004, and as a member of the airborne infantry, he was wounded by a roadside bomb and suffered...
It's like I'm listening to a kid give their first presentation. That's what it feels like, actually. It feels like I'm listening to a child give a book report, the way that she's reading her opening statement. No power, no conviction, no authority. Especially not in her fucking voice.
A TBI and a stroke from the blast. He was evacuated out of the country, and it took over 2 years until he had recovered. While he was recovering, his wife was plotting to divorce him. His wife murdered his 6-year-old chocolate lab out of spite because he filed for divorce first. When he confronted her, the response he got was, "I told you I did not want you living here." At this point, he was forced to leave the marital home and live out of his car. The divorce took away his home.
Oh, is this going to be is this what she thought the debate would be? Like, there'd be a story about a crazy woman who killed some guy's dog and tried to ruin his life. And then Anna will respond with an example of a man, like, beating a woman half to death.
You're in public! Whoop, whoop. The people cheering are probably the same ones who got offended by me being short, fat, and pushing the half ton of bananas I put on the U-frame myself. Can we get a picture of the bananas on a U-frame? I'm saving you from the follow-up that came out of my brain, but I'm going to say it anyways. With you in the frame! Stop it. Stop it. Stop it right now. Any clippers in chat? Carl said as he clips it himself. When I get to work, if there's any left, I got you Friday.
Then she'll respond with a guy getting stabbed. Then she'll respond with a woman actually getting beaten to death. And then we'll just keep escalating? Is this the point? Is this where we're at?
his children and left him penniless and saddled with a child support payment he could not afford. Terrence had to pay $144,000 over a 12-year period for a divorce that his wife was empowered by feminists to plan and execute. Terrence went into court to fight for 50-50 custody. Terrence was called a murderer and an assassin in open court and was given 96 hours a month with his children. 96 hours a month is not a father. While homeless, he spoke to many other men who would never get off the streets due to child support arrearages and penalties, and the men constantly getting arrested for unpaid child support. The disparage of losing his children and his home, and his PTSD and constant pain from his wounds, he became suicidal. While at his post in 2008, a former commander of his came to see him to secretly say his last goodbyes. The next day, Mr. Pop's former commander put on his dress blues and went to the Holy National Veterans Cemetery and blew his brains out. Terrence Pop was notified of the death and was shocked because he was planning to commit suicide in the exact same manner. So in effect, his former commander took the bullet that was meant for him. Terrence Pop decided he would not kill himself and has spent the last 20 years saving 576 men from suicide with comedy. If you look to the left of the stage, Terrence is holding the dog tags for every life that he has saved.
Wow, that's so crazy. That's very good. Hey, how does that respond to anything that Anna said about your particular worldview and your inability to address it based on the things that you've said and done? The spectacle does not matter. I swear to you, in the long scope of things, this spectacle that you're trying to go on about does not matter. I think I can get away with 2-1.
Now, why am I telling you this? Shout out to Terrence. Yeah. Now, why am I telling you this? Because
Is this like, this is when the president makes an address and he gives like the State of the Union, they have guests and stuff. I don't know if I've ever seen at a debate having the State of the Union style guests.
men and American veterans are put in this position because of the empowerment that feminists like Anna have pushed for. There are millions of men that have died in this country from the political power that feminism pushes. Since 1970, an estimated 1.6 million men have committed suicide.
Time. We'll stop there.
Like, all that was your opening statement? What was the goal of this opening statement, girl? What was the goal? What were we supposed to achieve with what you were telling us? Because whatever the fuck it was, you did not achieve it very well. No, I don't want no women, no, no.
If feminists cared about equality, why...
Literally still going. I don't want any women, no. I don't want any women, I'm in love for me. All that I'm doing. One way. No, no, no. Mentally breaking my brain trying to calculate this.
Why aren't they fighting for equality in divorce and family court as hard as they are fighting for abortion, working, or becoming sex workers? Thank you.
Why are hoes being hoes instead of being housewives? I want to make sure that I understood that despite the pause, Andy. So we're going to rewind a couple seconds, and we're going to let that rip from the fart.
Yeah. Now, why am I telling you this? Because...
Is this like... This is... When the president makes an address and he gives like the State of the Union, they have guests and stuff. I don't know if I've ever seen at a debate having the State of the Union style guests.
Men and American veterans are put in this position because of the empowerment that feminists like Anna have pushed for. There are millions of men that have died in this country from the political power that feminism pushes. Since 1970, an estimated 1.6 million men have committed suicide.
Time. We'll stop there.
If feminists cared about equality? Why aren't they fighting for equality in divorce and family court as hard as they are fighting for abortion, working, or becoming sex workers? Thank you.
Okay, this is gonna be a heavy one. We're gonna go now to the opening interrogations. We have 10 minutes. Do we have that on the clock? Yeah, it's fading in right there. Okay, and take it away. 10 minutes.
Who's interrogating who?
Whoever wants to begin.
And I was probably going to start by interrogating her. So no, she was dead asked. Why are women whores? Hey, whore, why aren't you not being a whore? Why don't you go work a job, whore? I think the answer to that, Pearl, is that they don't want to. That's why they don't. They don't want to do manual labor because they can make money online. I think that's how I'm going to do it. I just want to delete the bridges. I have to put that one back out. Yes, they do that because they just want to be whores. I think that's the simple answer. However, probably not that simple if you just start there and you leave it there. At least that's my opinion. My opinion could be wrong. But I think the reason why they do the easy thing, which is to be a whore, is because that's what they want to do. No, just off the noggin, you know. Going to change the buckwheat to the inside. I'm going to change the amethyst to the outside because I need room to split.
Aside from the specific anecdote that you shared, which of course is tragic, can you cite some actual studies that look at the statistics and back up what you say in regard to the outcomes of marriage and divorce in America?
41% of 109 rape cases reported to police in a Midwestern city were admitted to be false by complainants.
In one Midwestern city?
What did that, wait, the question was about marriage. The question was about like what she said about like getting married. And then she just responds with a statistic about false rape accusations, which are not related to the marriage. And if that's in a Midwestern city, like that's one city, one place, one city where these accusations are being made. That's again, unrelated to the, here we go.
And which Midwestern city was that?
You know, you can go from your ivory tower and
I'm not
Immediately attacking her based on things that have nothing to do with the point.
in an ivory tower. I'm on this debate stage interrogating your assertions, and you've only provided an anecdote.
Right.
Because if you look at the data, which I did, of course, you'll find that women are twice as likely to fall into poverty after divorce.
Right, because they can't
alimony
stop
is
spending.
paid out in 10% of divorces. According to the Census Bureau, the average child support payment is $441 a month, and only 60%
Right, but how
of
much are
those
they
payments
making?
get paid out.
How much?
Women do not get child custody 90% of the time, as you have asserted before. In fact, 95% of custody cases are mutually agreed upon outside of the courtroom. Women get full custody 40% of the time. Men do get full custody 20% of the time. And 40% of the time, it's shared custody, which I think is the ideal situation, assuming that neither spouse is abusive.
And Pearl, excuse me, before you respond, if you could take your microphone out and hold it.
Pearl has just been half of Pearl's thing so far, performance so far has been that anecdote, and the other half has been, well, of course, and she did like throw out a few points. I don't know if we're gonna get through any of those points. But then the other half has just been her flipping through these papers. I don't know what she's looking for in there.
It would be easier to hear you.
Whatever her fucking rebuttal to this is supposed to be, which not a very good one. Dying on her ass would be a good way to start.
So
Okay. Alimony and medical care and dental are not covered by that, so a lot of times it does go above 50%. Again, you can go through the facts, the data, and the statistics and manipulate them any way that you want.
It's not
But
manipulation.
There are
Those are the
1.6
stats.
million. There are 1.6 million men in this country. Men are 9 times more likely to commit suicide after a divorce.
Compared to women, what's the number for women?
It's lower.
Is Nick Shirley just a more mobile version of Pearl Davis? It's a question. Find that out with time.
Really? What is it? Comparative analysis is real difficult for you, isn't it?
Okay.
Go ahead, Pearl.
Bloody blow, bloody blow, bloody blow, bloody blow, bloody blow, bloody blow, bloody blow. Quick, 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 quick. A numerous part of the energy of debate. Can you respond quickly? Can you respond quickly and agilely? Can you respond quickly and agilely and do it succinctly? Can you respond quick and agilely and do it succinctly while being able to hold your own? I need to redirect one of these.
What's your next question?
You have asserted that men shouldn't get married, that instead they should shack
I didn't say
up.
that.
You did say that with
I did
Trent
not say
Horn.
that.
You said it with Trent Horn. You said that men shouldn't marry and that they should shack up with women and spread their wild oats and just fuck the sluts that are allowing their bodies to be fucked on the cock carousel. To quote people like Redonkulous TV, I believe his name is. I remember this channel because he was probably one of the bigger ones responsible for spreading this rhetoric around. Redonkulous. Terrence Pop. There we go. Terrence Pop. One of the many lovers of donations on Stripe and BitChute using DLive, MGTOW.tv, Odyssey, Rumble, Twitch, and being against YouTube and being on Rumble. Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. Is she having a stroke? She is realizing that real debate requires real opinions. That's what's basically happening, Tusky. So, Terrence Pop and content creators like him. He's the one responsible for things like Live from the Lair. He's the one responsible for things like the face of fucking around and finding out. From Grunt Speak Live. From using the text of the awfuls of a response for how you should respond to them. Basically, a version of the red pill that doesn't have a proper response mechanism for teaching you lots of lessons, but ultimately come from a post-army, post-reintegration to society viewpoint. Which is where you have, I put all my time into this relationship and things didn't work out. I put my time into this woman and she was unfaithful, and now I'm holding a lot of fucking lessons. This content, and this content creator, and content creators like him, they're like the first pipeline into the red pill. From the position of what would be MGTOW's speaking on issue. That's just the blog shit, but of course then you have the pop culture shit. All of these things. All of these takes, and takes like this, and Lord have mercy, thumbnails like this. Oh, Lord, some of these thumbnails are really bad. But, all of these things, all this kind of content, these are the people that are effectively the linchpin you need to fully understand the ideals of what they're coming from. Because unfortunately, you can't communicate like this when you're trying to basically take quotes out from people like Terrence Popp and applying it from the red pill and thinking that the red pill movement is going to weaponize and actualize any way at all comparative to what's actually going to happen on a debate stage when you need to have actual real opinions. Unfortunately, what happens is that you get felted. You just get felted. I need to move this upwards because I'm going to have to build a bridge.
Word for word, you said it makes more sense for them to shack up, live with a girlfriend instead of getting married. Do you think the advice that you give to men is the type of advice that will fulfill their lives? Because I'll tell you one thing, the best part of my life is my husband. I love my husband. He's my rock. He's my foundation. And no, my husband is number one. I love my career, but you know what my career did? When I met my husband, my career was already established. He, on the other hand, was couch surfing, he was in debt, and didn't know what he wanted to do with his life. I married him anyway. You want to know why? Because I had the economic freedom to marry for love, not for some Chad to take care of me.
How tall is he?
Oh.
His height is unimportant because his height has nothing to do with the fact that she will be height level when she steps on her knees and sucks his cock. It's so easy. Yeah, we're gonna use this one as a bridge.
He's 6'1", about your height.
How many kids did you give him?
None, I don't want kids.
Let's not do shouting questions from there, please.
I'm out. So the thing that should become very clear as you look at this content and you notice the argumentation that is being had from the crowd is effectively the crowd is trying to heckle on Pearl's behalf, and it's not working very well. Because by trying to heckle her about, did you love your husband enough to give him children? Did you like your husband enough to give him children? You didn't give your husband any children. Kind of falls as a moot point when he's able to have his career because Anna had the mobility of her job to be able to afford giving him the access to his content. And that with that access to that material, she was able to uplift his life and give him access to something that otherwise he would not have been able to have without her in his life. This is something that becomes very evident of, I don't think they have an argument for this. Which I find very strange. We're going to go with an item bridge here. And I'm going to do a three-way split. I am put up building units.
Allow these two to debate each other.
Okay, what's your question?
You can feel the eagerness by the crowd to tear apart these people's lives.
I mean, you don't really have much to answer, so I don't know what else to ask you. Do you think you're helping men by discouraging them from entering fulfilling marriages?
What happens to men if they don't pay child support?
I mean,
They potentially go to jail. What happens when you teach women that what they should do is to ride the cock carousel for years on end? They end up having the inability to pair bond, and thus they say to themselves things like, I don't have to worry about having a relationship with men. I can instead just live all of my virtues through this behavior, and there will never be any consequences that come to me as a fault of my actions.
What happens, Anna?
how many men do you think get arrested? I don't know what the number is, but the idea that there's like a huge number of men getting arrested for not doing what they're supposed to do
15%
and take care of their children, it's not a huge issue.
What happens to men when they don't
Really,
pay child support?
only 60% of child support payments get paid out.
You gotta allow her to interrogate you, not them. You gotta stop yelling questions at her.
You can minimize men's problems all you want, but I don't think you understand how privileged of a position you're in.
In what way? How am I privileged?
Men are the ones that are on the hook for child support. Men are the ones that are on the hook for alimony. It's easy for you to tell men to just take the risk when you're not in that position.
So are you asserting?
Earl Davis tells women to just close their legs. Why couldn't we just tell men to, like, tuck it, tuck it in your waistband?
Asserting that men shouldn't pay.
The level of problems that come from why don't men just have sexual discipline is easily as addressable as why don't women have sexual discipline? Why can't women pick better men to open their legs for? Forehead. Like, why don't you get the fucking bag from first, dummy? What a useless fucking statement to make.
Pay child support following a divorce. Do you believe that women should be financially responsible 100% after a divorce?
Feminists wanted to be equal. So I say be equal. If you guys want equality, 50-50 custody, no child support, no alimony, no special privileges.
Alimony is paid out in 10%
It doesn't
of
matter
divorces.
if you're part of the 10%.
It does matter. It does matter because you make it seem like it's a widespread issue when it's only 10%.
The 10 years doctrine is a sexist law against men. That's sexist.
How is it sexist if a woman decided to forego a career, decided to be a stay-at-home mother, and the marriage doesn't work out, she has no job, she has no income, so you think it's unfair to get support from her ex-husband so she can raise the kids, so she can pay?
60% of kids under 5 have daycare. Daycare is an option now. You wanted to be men.
Do you know how much?
Daycare costs more money. If she's the single mom without, that still costs money.
You wanted to be men. Here
Do you know how much daycare costs? Do you think it's free?
Let her answer.
A lot of things are expensive, Anna. I mean,
That's not an answer.
Women have 85% of consumer spending. Women spend money all the time. You spend money on hair dye, you spend money on Botox, you spend money.
You should think about it.
Yes! The first dig! Yes! Women spend money on hair dye. Women spend money on clothing. Women spend money on fashion products. Because some women like to stylize themselves. Somebody who looks like a raggedy fucking caveman should definitely think about using that. Because when you start coming out the side of your neck about someone looks like this, someone looks like that, someone looks like this, someone's gonna say, hey, maybe you should put some work into your appearance. Yes, 100%. You're gonna roll up on the, you look like a man. You're gonna roll up on the, you look like a man, and have a happy, do something about it. Yes, 100%. 100%. I sponsor this violence. These hands are definitely ready to eat for fucking everybody. Because you're not gonna be allowed to walk that one off. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, let me get on this side piece. There we go.
I sure am.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I would actually, if I was the ref, I would like take a point for low blow, like excessive cruelty. Oh my god.
No, actually. This is one of those things that has to come along with the ability to have the discussion. Because this is the issue that is being addressed by that point. Boop, 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 boop.
It does matter. It does matter because you make it seem like it's a widespread issue when it's only 10%.
Doctrine is a sexist law against men. That's sexist.
How is it sexist if a woman decided to forego a career, decided to be a stay-at-home mother, and the marriage doesn't work out, she has no job, she has no income, so you think it's unfair to get support from her ex-husband so she can raise the kids, so she can pay?
60% of kids under 5 have daycare. Daycare is an option now. You wanted to be men.
Do you know how much
Daycare costs more money. If she's the single mom without like, that still costs money.
daycare costs?
You wanted to be men. Here you
Do you know how much daycare costs? Do you think it's free?
Let her answer. Let her answer.
A lot of things are expensive, Anna. I mean,
That's not an answer.
Women have 85% of consumer spending. Women spend money all the time. You spend money on hair dye, you spend money on Botox, you spend money.
You should think about it. I sure am.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I would actually, if I was the ref, I would like take a point for low blow, like excessive cruelty. Oh my god. Jeez.
You spend money.
Anything? No, just, oh, okay, just gonna keep barreling forward. Should consider it.
The problem that you're having here is that a person who basically comes from wealth and is the pride of example of what is basically for fun politic privilege is making considerations towards somebody who's had to work to get there. That comes with appearance, that comes with cost, that comes with cost to self, that comes with cost of opportunity, that comes to cost of output and on outlook. And they walk into this arena and have the audacity to play Gish Gallop with words and with opinions, while effectively being afforded this position from someone else's cost, while putting in little to no effort with both the actual optics of their position, and more importantly, the optics and reality of how they choose to present them. So she makes a dig on her appearance, because she does, in fact, always look slovenly. It has been a case that it has always been that Pearl has looked like a garbage bag. One of the common jokes that come from Abba Preach recently was Abba putting on a fucking garbage bag, okay? That is the kind of way that Pearl dresses. Telling her you should consider your appearance is important, because that's what we criticize political blondes for doing. Anybody notices it. Any person who is a woman that is in politics, if she happens to be of white passing skin, specifically, yes, it is Anna Kasparian from the Young Turks, that comes into politics will notice that the majority of white women are blondes. Why is that? It's just because there is this idea that the best way to look is what is the most popular thing to look as. From Tomi Lahren to even Anna Kasparian with dyeing her hair strawberry blonde. The implication is appearance. So yes, somebody like Pearl, who is an actual strawberry blonde, she doesn't put any look into her appearance and thus appears as a red-headed ginger that just looks freakishly tall and has opinions that are odious. Yes, that dig is 100%, seems like it's out of the gate, but it's, look, you are somebody that is not a looker, who's telling other women that aren't lookers to basically act like prudes, while you yourself, with a black man no less, choose to be a whore. You encourage men to surround themselves with sluts and have no discipline, while you yourself also have no discipline, but try to tell all the other women that they don't have the rights to do what you're doing. Where do you get off? Look at yourself. Do you think you can afford to make that opinion? Yes, it's 100% in scope. Probably doesn't feel good on the debate stage, but this is what happens when you actually do your research. In reality, this is what happens with the points that I was making on my debate. That's why I looked into Irrelevant. That's why I looked into his worldview. I didn't choose to go with the low blow of, nigga, who are you to talk about fatherhood when you had a 2-year incel arc? Where's your child? Where's your partner? Didn't do that because it was not relevant. But if I had, if I had chosen to be evil,
all of the time.
Yep.
So, you wanted to be men, here it is. You're equal. Pay for daycare.
Equality means that when you have a child or children, you're both responsible. So the idea that the woman should take 100% of the costs on herself without any help from her husband or ex-husband is ridiculous. How is that fair?
Well, how is it fair that he doesn't get 50-50 custody?
Well, first of all, why are you asserting that they don't?
It's 50% his DNA. Why can't he have 50% custody? Where
there has a study. Let me answer your question, even though I should be interrogating you. I'll answer your question. Massive study out of Massachusetts that looked at 24,000 divorces. In those 25 divorces, they found that in only 8% of cases did men ask for custody. 8%.
Right, because the average American can't afford divorce fees, Anna.
But women can afford to raise the children by themselves without support from the ex-husband. How does that make sense?
What did you say? I didn't hear you. We were both talking.
Maybe if you were shutting the fuck up and actually listening to the point instead of trying to mog on the camera, as though you're trying to get a fucking clip and reaction, you would have heard her.
You're complaining about the costs while simultaneously arguing that a woman should not get child support in order to raise the children that the former couple had together.
Are you guys equal or not? You want to
Yes,
be equal.
equality means that you're both responsible for raising the children, and that includes the cost of raising the children. So you should have equality, but not at the expense of men. 50-50 custody, 50-50, no child support, no alimony. That's equality. You don't want alimony
equality.
Makes sense if the woman was a stay-at-home mother and doesn't have a source of income. How else would she take care of the kids following a divorce?
By getting a job just like the men.
So you're saying that a woman who doesn't have recent job history is just going to willy-nilly enter the job force or workforce, I should say, and easily get hired? Do you guys care about this? So do you care about the children or not? Because you're making this about like No, the
What are you, a
poor
woman? That's an
husband, the
emotional
poor
issue.
ex-husband who doesn't want to pay the child support, doesn't want, you know, to take on any of the responsibilities of having children in the first place. Why is it that you seem to have a problem with men carrying out their responsibilities, but when it comes to
men are dying to care about their responsibilities. Men
Really?
are fighting to be a part of their kids' lives.
what's the empirical data on that?
I don't need data. How many people in here?
You do need data, because you need to be able to make it deterministic and to make it make sense. If you don't have data, you don't have a point. No data, no point, no argumentation.
Have had a family or a friend fight for their kid and not be able to get it. The reason that this happens, Anna, is because lawyers tell them not to fight because it's so expensive and they won't win.
What is that based on?
Based on me.
You have to provide, look, Pearl, I am open to be convinced, but I need more than anecdotes. I need more than vibes and feelings. Because we're talking about something serious here. We're talking about raising children. We're talking about the shared responsibility of raising children. That, of course, includes the cost.
90% of disputed custody goes to women. That's not equal.
90%, that's a
Throw out anecdote. Mog. Explanations? Non-existent. I think I can cut this for now. Why explain things when you can instead just mog for attention? Make fun of people and struggles. Why make sense when can just insult people and women? It's not effective discussion. It's just not an effective discussion.
totally made up statistic. Where are you citing that from?
All right, let's take a break there because our time actually ran out.
The time ran out before Anna asked that question. She didn't just decide and respond. 90% of disputed cases go to women. I have no clue where that statistic comes up. I have a Google. I can just look it up. 90% disputed custody. I can believe that most of it goes to the women. 90%. Quite a number. Do. What's a good source on this? I don't know what divorce.net is. I don't think I've ever been to divorce.net. Probably a very sad website. Custody agreements versus trial outcomes. The vast majority of divorcing parents, most studies say about 90%, reach a custody agreement rather than go to trial. In general, statistics about custody outcomes usually don't show the difference between what parents have. Reach a custody agreement. I found 90% reach a custody agreement. I'm trying to find the source. I'm finding things that are like referencing this number, but I'm trying to find like, where's the statistic? I mean, even like the AI result, AI overview says around 90%, but then it doesn't, we see the source. Emily Corden, attorney at law. It might be true, it might not be true. I'm finding stuff that says 90% of cases are reached outside of the courtroom. But I only find one link that's saying 90% women get child custody. And that's from Emily A. Cordo, attorney at law. But that's it.
Those opening interrogations are over. Let's take a moment here. You guys want to grab a sip of water? All right.
I definitely believe it's a majority. But I also don't expect it to be 50-50. I don't expect like men and women to be exactly the same. Like when it comes to these like inclinations or like what would, like evolutionarily what was designed for like Carrie. I just don't expect it to be 50-50. Men and women do have differences.
The next step is going to be 30 minutes. We're going to open it up. Again, open debate. I'd remind you guys, I know everyone's passionate about this. I get that. But we can't have multiple people debating at the same time, right? We got one debater here. We got one debater here. Let's keep it here. All right? Let's put 30 minutes on the clock. And let's begin the open debate. Pearl, I'll let you pick up here. Go ahead.
This is where blood's about to be spilt.
What happens to men?
She said it was disputed. 90% of disputed cases, when it goes to court and they fight over it, it goes like that, right? Because it looks like the statistics she's talking about is like just court-decided custody cases, not necessarily like they had an adversarial decision where one fought the other person. I'm not finding anything like that.
And when they don't pay child support.
There are consequences for it, especially when there's a court order for them to carry out their responsibility and pay child support so that child can be raised.
And what happens?
Do you think there shouldn't be legal responsibilities or legal consequences if they fail to carry out a court order to, you know, take care of their kids?
I've interviewed men that have paid millions of dollars in
Don't care about your interviews. Anecdotal evidence doesn't matter. What I need is actual statistic, empirical evidence. They should pay their child support.
The natural course of this answer: what happens to men that don't pay their child support? If they go to prison, they should pay their child support. Boom, done. There is no but that falls behind it. They would pay their child support. What about the women? Should they also go to prison? Obviously, yes. They should pay their child support. This is a sympathy push by somebody who's using men's issues as a way to sound like they get it for the guys. Which is wholly retarded.
$441
What happens?
is the average child support payment. $441 a month.
Yeah, that's for someone that makes $24,000 a year.
You just told me a woman can just go to work and take care of the kids totally by herself.
How does a guy live when he's paying $500 a month and $24,000 a year?
You think $500 a month is too much in child support? Do you know how much it costs to raise a child? Do you know how much childcare costs, for instance? I mean, that mother has to go to work, right? Where's the kid gonna stay while that mother is working? How is she gonna pay for the
what happens to men when they don't pay child support?
Sorry, say that again?
What happens to men when they...
They're stating the same thing that was just answered. They go to prison. They get their wages garnished. They go to prison. This is not a gotcha. You actually have to respond to what's being said.
They don't pay child support.
There are legal repercussions for not carrying out a court mandate to do something.
Do you think that fraud should be illegal?
Absolutely.
Yes, fraud should be illegal. Paternity fraud should be illegal. This has nothing to do with the reality of you not having an answer to her question because you're not able to speak on anything because you've been using statistics as a way to dodge the reality of having an actual discussion about what ought to be done. This is a discussion about what ought to be done and the downward consequences of your advice to people when politics is just vibes.
Okay, so why is it not illegal for women to fraud men on paternity? If a man does not find out he's the father over the age of 2, he is on the hook for child support for 18 years.
Well, the reason why is because at that point, the child will now not have a father, not have that income, and then the child is going to get punished for the mother's infidelity and the father's cluelessness about that infidelity, and then rage, which will be directed towards not only the woman, but will then be directed towards the child who they might see as not theirs anymore, XYZ. Is it up? So what is the court supposed to do? Is the court supposed to come in? We'll pay it. Our taxpayer?
Well, first off, the first problem there is pick better women, pick better men. We start there at that level. Marry not for money, but for love. And pick women that are within the worldview of your ideas. And pick men that are within the worldview of your ideas and be honest and open with them. And if you cannot find that pair bond, do not spawn with them in the first place. Step 1. Step 2. You choosing to defraud a man out of paternity should automatically be a fail state for the man not having his wages garnished by a person choosing to be very specific about utilizing that fund that they're exacting from that man. Yucking of the yum, as it were. Yes, I'm on the right ship. So all the choices that you're making there, they would have been properly addressed beforehand. Because you would have known what you were doing was right or wrong. And it would have been addressed accordingly. And then the secondary problem here.
Our dollars shall pay for the child. We shall subsidize the woman's action. We shall, or is it up to the man? Our society has decided that it's up to the man at that point, past the age of 2, to be there for that child because there's no good outcome here. Somebody is gonna have to. Somebody's getting burnt somewhere.
You then have you then have abdication of responsibility from the mother, and abdication of responsibility for the father, and then the court stepping in as the ones that then decide, well, someone's gonna have to pay for this shit, and I'm making one of you have to bend over and do it. So I guess it's going to automatically be the man by default, which tends to be the case in most of these stories and in the most of these discussions. Sometimes to its deficit. It may come to a shock with many people, but this is the wrong way to go about it. Not only is it the wrong way to go about it, it is what creates the tension that happens, especially when you don't even have a case of paternity fraud. It's just this nigga decided to and now he's dad. And he has no idea about how he's supposed to go about anything he's doing. Or worse, it is a person who was not prepared to become a father or to step into the role of paternity. And they're making decisions that they're not fully prepared for, and they're making those decisions not with the assistance of co-parenting. It's bad enough alone when the parents are on board with each other. Separating the problem and making it even more of a worse material condition does not improve these conditions. They worsen them. So, step 1, pick better partners. Then, step 2, after picking better partners, concern yourself with why those partners need that assistance. And then further and further and further and further and further. Until you get to the point of, oh, wow, it actually is not my job to save people from infinity problems. Perhaps we actually do need to think wisely about how we're doing shit. Maybe it is smart and important and efficient that I understand how these things work out in the long term. Because if I don't, I fuck things up and I fuck around, and now I find myself making arguments that effectively disapparate any responsibility whatsoever. Abdication, complete and whole. Crazy and wild. Wild and crazy.
I don't know
Where
what
have
the
you
law
been on
is
this
when it
issue?
comes to that, but it's wrong. If you're lying about paternity, that is wrong, and there
But
should.
of course, if somebody purposely tried to defraud somebody to pretend that it was their kid to get them on the hook and stuff like that, there should be consequences for that. But we also need to make sure that there's still a support structure for that child to fall in upon, because it's not their fault that their mother did that.
Be legal.
No, it is not the fault of the mother. Or, excuse me, it's not the fault of the child. That has to depend on the mother. But the reality here is that someone has to pay the cost of it. And unfortunately, the op report here that you have to deal with from person to person is that you are kicking a can down the road. Oh, well, you see, we can't punish the child because of this, but we're going to punish the father automatically because reasons. It's no one's fault, but it's everyone's responsibility. but we're putting it on the man solely. That is the wrong choice to come from, because it has to be decided case to case, because that's the only way to decide it, case by case. Otherwise, we are playing a game. This shit is not a game. This is someone's life. It should be taken seriously. It should be taken seriously. Because it's not just the parent's life. It's not just the mother's life. It's the kid's life, too. You want to make a supervillain? This is how you make a supervillain.
Consequences
Well, why
for
haven't
that.
feminists fought?
It's that simple.
Then why aren't feminists fighting for it, Anna?
Because feminists fight for women, obviously.
Right, that's my point.
Yeah.
At the expense of men. That's my. You guys.
Why are women not fighting for men having paternity law rights? Why are feminists not fighting for women to have the ability to protect them from men that would commit paternity fraud? Forehead. The women are the ones that are committing the paternity fraud. Why are the women fighting for rights that have nothing necessarily to do with feminist assertion? Because feminists fighting for women's rights would completely allow them to go their way away from men, so they wouldn't even have that question to begin with in the first place. This is the problem with her particular viewpoint, with what she's coming from with this assertion. Because a feminist would probably just go get a sperm donor. My teeth itch listening to this argument. The feminists would have removed power from men, potentially ruining this woman's life. I ain't gonna let this kind of man try to fuck my shit up, because you know what can't get pregnant? Feet! I'll make money on the internet making foot fetish porn. And then, when I'm set up and I have the cash the way that I want it, I'm going to then bring these people into my world that I want as the parent to said child, when I've decided that I have enough buku money to support that child's livelihood as I see fit. Then, also, while I do that thing that I'm describing, and I put in this energy for the thing that I'd like to discuss, I'm going to be smart about the way that I apply myself. And I'm going to clear the assertion that I must do things in an XYZ manner. And I'm able to address a deeper concern that probably is going to go unaddressed because of the concern. Because the woman would have just said, I'm going to work myself up, and then I'm going to pay for a sperm donor, and then I'm going to have my child with myself and my money. And then I'm going to find a man who I can then live with. Period. Da-da.
You guys want to believe women at the expense of men. Why isn't Amber Heard in jail? Because of the Me Too movement. You guys push believe.
Because of the Me Too movement that was pushed by women. Yes, that is a short-sighting. However, why did you say that with the energy of a wet shit on a carpet? Just plop that right out there. Where's the strength? Where's the conviction? Where's the strength? Where's the conviction?
Leaving all rape victims, and now we have rape.
Amber Heard had to pay out a massive settlement.
Yeah, but why isn't she in jail?
You want her in jail?
Yes.
Well,
You ruined.
So, here's a disconnect. Huh, why wasn't she punished? She was punished. She had to pay him money. But she should be in jail for it! You want her in jail for it? Is that going to really address the deeper concern that you're trying to bring to my attention here? Yes, it would. I need to see her in jail for the crime. I mean, I think you're putting, a lot of energy into this that doesn't actually lead to the outcome that you argue for and want, but if that's what you believe needs to happen here, by all means, push for it. But that sounds retarded, and the way you're coming at it sounds like a failure of understanding this concept. But okay. Go off, queen. It's so confusing. It's nonsensical, but it's also confusing.
I asked Perlica to stave off my promotion till this moment. I'll only rest easy when my approval from Enfield is personally...
The penalties for defamation are what the court's decision is, right? You want people to go to prison for defamation?
He had to go to 2 different countries to clear his name. Why isn't she in jail? He lost millions of dollars.
Because defamation is not a criminal penalty. They're not going to throw you in prison for defamation.
To be clear, you think the penalty for defamation is prison time?
I think the penalty for a false accusation is that the woman should get the same time that he would have gotten if he was found guilty.
I think that's just kind of fishing for cheers, not really legislating.
It's actually something that will 100% prevent things like paternity fraud, actually. False rape cases, paternity fraud, anything that is a gender-exploited shortcoming in the knowledge of dissertation. If you express and show this as something that brings attention to the thing a person wants to know, and you are able to show that this person is incapable of addressing the worldview that is being put on display, it is actually the case that this is an example of how you're able to weaponize the law to prevent worse outcomes for these people being abused by the law system.
Looks like the real work's just getting...
It is one of the best ways to protect men, actually. Men and women. Because this gets applied not by gender, but by case. As a woman being exacted by a Lothario who's extracting her value for her money, just like a man could be extracted from a hooker or a female pimp, this person is now going to be punished by the fealty of the law that would afford them the ability to defend themselves properly. It has less to do with this person is trying to get something out of me for free without consequence, and has a lot more to do with just actual concerns on the ground matching what needs to happen in the first place.
I must master this power.
Works for fraternity fraud, works for abused and battered housewives, works for young professionals being exacted and punished. All this shit and more. It works for all of it. Across the board, works for all of it. Ooh. Gotta update him next.
Not really trying to find an adequate penalty. There should be a penalty, but I don't think that... they've accused me of murder. We could give him the chair. Oh, well, I guess you're getting the chair. Like, I know eye for an eye is not... We don't need to go by it. We don't need to be...
We wouldn't be putting people to the death penalty because of something like that. You would only need to go as far as... You accuse this man of damages and penalties that if he had been guilty of them, we would have been making him pay out of the nose as a garnish stipend for X amount of dollars for the rest of his life. We have determined through actual fact-finding that not only did they not assault you, but you were explicitly using the system to get something over on them. So you are now going to be paying the cost of this out of your pocket for what you tried to defraud this person from. That is actually something that can meaningfully be addressed in a proper way that doesn't require the shit that you just claimed. This is something that is much easier to do in this way than the alternative. So that's just failure. That's just failure straight out the fucking gate. First off, foremost.
Be symbolic about it. Penalties, but whatever.
Men don't go to prison for defamation.
Mind you, this doesn't get away from the fact that defamation is not something in which you should do that for. Certainly a person needs to pay money for defamation, have your day in court, and all the benefits that come from establishing the law that then becomes the deciding factor of things like YouTube court cases. Thank you, Sergeant of God, for taking care of Aquila, obviously, so that niggas like me can be able to use that in the future for copyright. That is probably one of the best ways to use it, and that's definitely something that is a concern, but that's outside the scope of the debate that she needs to be having. I agree with him. This is her trying to fish for applause from the audience, and it's just not solid. Because the reality of the problem still remains, feminists are not going to care about the outcomes for men, because their job is to be pushing for feminists. It goes along with what was being said last night from that debate by the concern of that question that was asked to me by that black woman who attempted to attack me and then call me an incel, not realizing that I was a stepfather to a child. Or worse, that I was involved with co-parenting a child. Like, the concerns of women going their own way is not my concern, because those women don't want to be near men. That's why they're going their own way. That's the same reason why men were going their own way. They didn't want to be around women. They weren't being antisocial, misbehavior ne'er-do-wells that were destroying society. They weren't necessarily directly contributing to society through the dating market, but they were still contributing through society, through creativity, through work, through business, through excess. And then, when people like Dr. Rammergan found his now partner, he was doing that after having prepared himself mentally for the role he now then stepped into, which would be boyfriend. Like, it doesn't match up. It doesn't match up. These things don't affect each other. But it sounds cool if you think you know what you're talking about.
And see, this is the problem with feminists. You want all these freedoms, but you won't actually be equal.
I do want equality.
No, if you wanted to be equal, you would fight for 50-50 child support, no alimony.
No alimony.
If you were a feminist, if you were really for equality, you would fight for these issues that I care about.
Alimony. So again, if a woman decided to forego working, decided to stay home to raise the children, and the marriage doesn't work out, she's got no income whatsoever, she doesn't deserve any alimony.
Women aren't even doing that. Number one, that's not even women are not staying home with the kids. And number two, you have daycare.
A lot of women do these days, actually.
You have daycare.
The traditional women who want to stay home, they want to be traditional wives, and you trash them all the time, which I don't understand.
Look,
it seems like women can't do anything right when it comes to you, right? They're stay-at-home moms, they're traditional,
I understand that you can personally attack me.
I'm not personally attacking you.
Okay.
These are things that you have said on the record multiple times.
But if you cared about equality, you would care about false accusations.
I do care about false accusations.
No, you don't.
Yes, she does. False accusations are the cornerstone of the things that usually get thrown around in the political world. You would know that if you actually paid attention to it and were not engaged in only the social aspect of it. Because, unfortunately, in the debate space, in anything you could consider a debate space, basically making personal attacks is the equivalent of acting as though you have a point, when really it's just you playing to the audience to then keep the content going. Remove the avenue of basically paying for red meat and for blood sport, and you have basically people trying to mog to a potential room full of people that may not be just halfway paying attention, that don't actually care about the discussion that's being had. They're not engaged in the conversation, they're not engaged in what's being said, they're not engaged in the actual material of how you get to the understanding and the knowledge and the logic that allows you to have the argumentation. Just who's optically looked like they gave the best argument. Oh, this person has actually said something that is a contradictory lie. Oh, well, we don't have the time to go through that because, unfortunately, the money comes before the content. These kinds of things should immediately shut down a normal conversation in a room with people with calmer heads. Or rather, not even calmer heads, but in the room full of people who have no time to waste on vagrancy.
You don't know me? You don't know what I care about?
Look, all right. Let's talk about rights that men do not have.
Get shuttered at the door, boom, head slam rake. Oh man, let's talk about men in politics. Oh, that rake really hurt my nose. Oh man, I said that she didn't care about false accusations. Then she didn't land the way that I thought it would. Fuck. Let me switch up real quick. That's twice now.
Men do not have the right to be enlisted in selective service. You know, we have 125K men who were drafted and buried overseas. Think about that over a second. You talk about the oppressions of the past, but how many men died in World War I and World War II and had no choice? And yet Anna complains about oppression.
Things that happened in the past are not relevant to the current space happening now. Things that have been improved compared to the past that are not relevant because this is the past and we're talking about the present and the future. People wouldn't care about the material conditions of what was happening in that system back then. They'd care about how it is now.
Men do not have the right to face their accuser in court when they have a false allegation and for personal protection orders that strips constitutional rights away from the man. Women go before a judge and say they don't feel safe, and more than likely a PPO order will be issued. The man was not in court, had no say, has no defense, and does not get to face his accuser. That is done en masse, and many servicemen and first responders lose their...
Let me just throw out the draft thing. I don't want to get too into the details of this because I don't want to pause every 5 seconds. But we didn't draft women because we didn't think it was useful. It's really that simple. There were moments where we considered drafting women during the Second World War, particularly nurses, thinking that we could draft the nurses, put them in a medical role, and then we could take the skills that, you know, women have learned in the medical practice and turn it towards the medical necessities of America's national security priorities. Of course, fighting the Germans and such. We considered it. We never ended up doing it. Other countries have done it, though. Ukraine, they did it. They drafted women who have medical experience because they have a usefulness on the battlefield. But men, stronger bones, they can carry more weapons to the front line. They can carry more munitions to the front line. It's more socially deemed that men are the protector, and so it's generally more accepted in societies that this is a role of the men to be a warrior, to be the fighter, etc. I mean, there's a bunch of reasons as to why men are considered the ones that get drafted. You could, if I would like to know, does Pearl think there shouldn't be a draft, or that women should also be included? Because I do not think that every woman, or even every man, but this is truer for a higher percentage of women, could serve in frontline service roles, just due to their level of fitness, due to the level of mental clearness in that type of situation, they concentrated, and their strength. That's not to say they all can't, but there's a reason. And for somebody to talk so much about like having to accept the biological role and the roles of men,
find a period,
and women, and it's weird to hyper focus on this one, especially since in more recent times, again, if women have a useful skill, if anyone has a useful skill, really, you could get drafted.
The same concern that men have about being drafted is the same concern you'd have for women getting drafted. There are men that would not qualify as the standard who would not be getting enlisted and sent to the front line, as there are women that would not be getting enlisted and sent to the front line. Even in those capacities for leadership skills and specialists and on-ground handlers, or drone fighters, or anything that could be done remotely, you have a very large contingency. An extremely large contingency that would be responsible for the breakdown of how this would apply for an overall field of all the shit compared to even just a little bit of the shit. Because the ultimate concern at the end of the day is that you have a very large contingency of conversations that would need to be fulfilled, that would become a barrier of the conversation that you are creating with the implication of the discussion. And the problem, the necessity of that information, is that it's coming at the consequence of an entire group who is unable to address that cutting concern and that cutting consumption. Because you'd be consuming men out of society to draft, and you'd be consuming women out of society to draft. What's going to be the priority? Is it going to be the same thing that is already based on selective service, which is tied directly into our ability to gain benefits for college, benefits for work, benefits for government assistance? You have to be, you must be on the SSI in order for you to receive it. It's a part of Social Security. Are we going to start applying that to women? If we do, and then we start using that as the basis of a listing, is it going to be by random, or is it going to be by age? All the concerns that a person's going to have the first time you realize that shit comes in the goddamn mail, I have never seen a person actually make an argument for this. Not men, not women. Not men, not women. And the problem I think I have with this is that the way that a person like Pearl Davis uses this is that this particular gotcha kind of falls short when you actually have to go through the metastasization of the consequences and what amounts to them. So it's not even something you discuss. Because, like, woman, you can't speak to me. You don't get registered to be enlisted. Yeah, but it's not like they're going to enlist you. It's not whether or not they're going to directly enlist me. It's the fact that I had to sign this paper in order for me to receive benefits for me to fucking live. I got a DM.
Careers over this because it strips a man's Second Amendment rights away based on no evidence. Men
Where are
do
you
not
getting
have the
that
right to
information
raise
from?
their children. Divorce is no
Important question. Where'd you get the information from?
fault, but when it comes to child custody, it's always the man's fault.
And why are you reading this directly off the paper still like it's a fucking book report? This is not good agility for a person who's debating on stage. You should know these facts like it's the back of your fucking head, and only referencing and glancing at them when you're looking at the reference source for where you're getting the information.
He loses his children to the system. 96 hours a month the father does not make. Men have longer prison sentences. Women get a third of the time for the same crime. Where are the feminists fighting for equality on that issue? There has been rampant discrimination.
There is probably something to the idea that men are sentenced for similar crimes at higher rates, that the sympathy born towards a woman could have an effect in court. But this is also true for attractive people. This is also true not just for women. This is true for, like, if you're a pretty guy or a pretty woman, that could help you a lot in court. Like, you just being ugly or scary, you have like a face tattoo or something, like, and immediately that's probably going to count against you psychologically for the people deciding your case. But, like, you know, those different psychological attributes don't just cut in the way of women. They cut in the way of attractive people. They cut in the way of people who can, you know, become presentable. That's why you always see in the court movies, we got to get him in a suit. We got to shave him up. You got to do whatever we can to make him look presentable. That's why, you know, Johnny Paycheck never had a chance. Making some old references.
against better qualified men in hiring across multiple industries. Men pay more child support, and child support orders are not enforced at the same rates between men and women. Women are more likely
women pay
not
child
to
support.
pay
Fascinating.
and are prosecuted for non-payment at lower rates. Men cannot opt out of parenthood. Men have very few domestic violence shelters and are not taken seriously when they're domestic violence victims.
I agree on that. I do
White
agree
men
on
in
that.
particular are discriminated against when it comes to hiring and educational attainment.
True.
The Duluth model is a model that law enforcement, courts, and counselors use automatically that assumes men are the aggressor.
Yes, the Duluth model is important for how men are getting fucked over regimentally by the system, which is what would pay into these ideas. However, this is not the scope of the debate you should be having this on. This being true does not result from the dumbass things that you've said and how you've done this shit before. Address how your worldview makes sense with the advice you give and the bad viewpoints you have. Stop using men as a shield to say that you should have a point to speak. And defend your positions. Entrench, 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 entrench!
Tender years doctrine is a guideline in divorce used to justify removing the father.
My camera froze. I don't know why my camera froze, but my camera froze.
From the child's life. The only institutional sexism that exists is institutional sexism that discriminates against men in favor of women. Furthermore, U.S. courts do not require receipts to show how that money is spent by the custodial parent, unless there's overwhelming evidence of starvation, malnutrition, or severe child abuse. There are numerous reports of custodial.
Is she actually just reading through all of her points right now?
Yes, she is.
Did she just at one point just say screw it and just decided to like rapid fire them all?
The government to check receipts and see like.
Let's let her respond to some of that.
Hold on, no, let's understand something. You want government to be so big that you literally have the government looking at receipts to see what a mother is spending the money on? That's insane.
I want no child support and no alimony 50-50.
Yeah, because you're crazy and you don't live in reality.
I want equality. I'm more of a feminist than you, Anna.
How are you supposed to be living in reality, getting people the results that they require when you're not capable of addressing the basic concern that most people have as a part of these demarcated words are hard, demarcated issues? You are effectively telling me I'm more of a feminist than you are. I want these men to have these freedoms, and I'm able to speak to these guys because I'm the hog that can meet them halfway. But actually, that's not feminism, that's egalitarianism. If it was power feminism, you would be trying to fuck men over as hard as you can. Hey, you know what would be a great way to fuck men over? Tell them to ride the pussy carousel for almost all of their lives as a Lothario and a playboy and a fuckboy, and build no connecting tissue to a family, build no connecting tissue to a bond, build no connecting tissue to men and women in their lives, and just basically say, fuck them kids. I don't care about them. They're not important to me. That definitely creates a good balance of a good outlook for life, right? That allows them access to being able to afford abilities to the things in their lives, right? That's going to give them upwards momentum, right? That's going to make them capable of addressing some basic problems and basic concerns, right? That's the smart thing to do, right? Right? No, that's dumb. That's wrong. You are directly destroying yourself to the evidentiary effect of nothing. And for what? For what? For vibes? You're doing it for vibes? Fat fucking luck that's gonna bring you.
Because I say if you want to vote, be in selective service. Be on the front lines just like the men are.
Who do you think gives birth to and raises those soldiers?
What does that have to do with anything?
Because you...
Who gives birth to the soldiers? Who raises the men? Who raises the boys that then become the young adults that then become the men that are then fighting on the front lines that afford you the freedom to stand up here on this stage and not catch a bullet? That's the relevancy of it. Who and what are and what becomes of those people that have to pay for your freedoms of your first, second, third, fourth, fifth, all the way through all of the amendments for you to have liberty that you're effectively using as stock so that you don't actually have to earn it through your own blood, sweat, and tears? What are those people? What are those men? Apparently the answer is fuck them niggas.
assert that women...
Men fight for something. If you have any chance of winning, you have to have to fight for something, right? I mean, and a lot of men fight for their families back home. And the idea that they're putting themselves in danger so their families won't have to be the ones in danger motivates a lot of people being at the front. And I hear from a lot of people stories along the lines of like, I'm here so my family won't see the type of destruction that's in this neighborhood, in our neighborhood. I hear that a lot over in Ukraine. So as a purpose of function, yeah, like men have typically socially been the warriors, and due to their bone density, the physical attributes of men that put them more in shape on the general to be in military service roles. I mean, the idea that, well, the only way we can have feminism is if all women are serving in the same roles, even if we had a draft for women. And I think if we got into a national security place where we had to actually institute the draft, it could be something that could be considered, but we would want to do it for purposeful reasons, not just for the process. For equality's sake, we need to put women in this trench who can barely hold the ammunition they're carrying. For equality's sake, we need to take women and we need to put them in an assault role. Or no, you would take them towards whatever skill they have. If they know how to fly drones, they can be a drone pilot. If they have the physical attributes to carry munitions to the front, they can do that. If they have the skills from a history in nursing or the medical field, they can act as a medic. So you can find ways to draft women instead of just making it like, I don't know, some equality death cult for your army where, you know, women and men serve hand in hand. They're exactly the same in all ways, and let's pretend there's no differences socially for a society or physically. It's I know that's not what she believes, so that being the standard that she would put out there seems silly.
Shouldn't be allowed.
Like in Ukraine's case, Ukraine is a good example of a country engaging in the draft around women towards their national security priorities, while also understanding where most people view women societally in the country. Understanding that women with a medical history could be drafted to good use, while also having a general draft of all women could actually plummet morale, as many people were fighting so their wives are not in danger and now find out that their wife is guarding the trench 3 over, you know?
To vote because they're not all in mandatory military service.
I say be equal. You want to vote, do what the men do. Men are fined
Should women be included in combat?
Men
Should women be included in combat?
Yes.
Yes. If the women are given the papers to go, they shouldn't be mandated. They should be a choice. They can take non-combat or combat roles. This is something that is not necessarily addressed right now. You get your papers, you go where you're signed. But if people can have the choice to choose combat or non-combat, I can promise you 9 times out of 10, every fucking body is going to choose non-combat. Not an argument. They're going to choose to see less combat than more combat. They're going to choose to not get fucked versus getting fucked. Because it is much, much simpler, much, much better. Anyone trying to argue differently is playing a social game.
Okay.
Do what the men do.
Fair.
Do what the men do.
Yeah, fair.
The camera broke again. Why is my camera disconnecting? Also, hello, Apple.
Agreed. Next. Next. Nothing.
Quick! Come on! Quick! Come with it! Come with it! You went with the hot shits! Where's the questions? Where's the fire? Where's the coal? The coal that you're not burning currently! Where is it? Quick! Quick, Pearl! Quick! 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 You have to represent the Weasley household! Quick! Quick! Quick!
Okay.
Is this the lesson plan that your mother told everybody that you would eventually have to learn? That you're getting schooled on this lesson in womanhood by a woman who has earned her position as you, somebody who is given everything you have access to, including fame and clout? Damn, that's crazy. But I guess Mama Bear is right. Damn, wild.
She does look so uncomfortable. I'm gonna be honest. She's looked uncomfortable this whole debate, Pearl. She does not look like she really. I don't know, man. She doesn't look like she really wants to be there.
She doesn't look comfortable. It's not a question of wanting to be there. You're allowed to have a face where it's like, damn, I'm really getting cooked right now. Or damn, they really trying to press me right now. Or damn, this nigga really trying to rock my shit. Weave. That's not the problem here. The problem here is that Pearl is not in her element. Her element is giving quotes and getting clicks and getting donos and getting praise for saying the best thing. She doesn't have anything when she actually has to stand on the stage by herself on the swagger of her own arguments, on her matter of her own convictions. She has no passion. She has no passion and she has no conviction, therefore she looks uncomfortable. Because in the face of fiery passion, and in the face of conviction, and assured knowledge from being a trained media pundit for 20 plus years, Big Bank takes Little Bank.
She got a crowd there, like a rowdy crowd, but in those moments of silence between her points,
because the crowd's not on her side, because she can't work the crowd, because the crowd has to go off of her points and her convictions against the other strong opinions. Compare it like an anime battle. The crowd, the people discussing the shit, watching what's happening, they're the Z fighters, quoting on, oh my god, Son Goku's gotten so fast. But actually, it's just people watching somebody get fucking rocked. Bing, bang, boom, 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 pow, 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 pow. Cling, 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 cling. He's really getting cooked out there. But instead of people saying that, they're watching the massacre happen in front of them. And she doesn't have any retort. Because she's not trained for this. This is not her avenue. This is not her arena. It's a lot different when you ain't got a home audience to play towards. And worse, it's a lot worse when you don't have the online context of clip farming to work with. Clip farming don't save you. Clip farming don't save you. Retards being retards in their own optional rooms has nothing to do with the reality of you came to a stage out in public and now people hearing you publicly are like, why'd she say that dumbass lame shit? They want to hear your actual points. They want to hear your actual opinions. And you don't have anything. You got buzzwords, bitch. You got sloganeering.
like you can. It feels like you could. You really hear like a pin drop.
I want to know what your ideal woman is, because if you are a traditional conservative woman who's married, staying at home, raising kids, you trash them.
There's no such thing as a traditional woman. They cannot be traditional in 2025 because women will always have the leverage.
What does that mean? What does it mean that women will always have the leverage?
Women have child support to fall back on. Women have alimony. So
if somebody stays in the marriage, then they're a traditional woman. If somebody decides to take those roles, then they're a traditional woman. You can go to many families in this country where they're traditional, where they're not women trying to defraud their husband out of alimony payments. She has taken a few cases of very mean women who have taken advantage of men in a position where they trusted them and have used that to apply it to all women in order to get the clicks of a bunch of bitter men on the internet. That's my clocking up.
Basically. You've taken the example that could be used about bitter men that would be all called incels that would then get the exact same response that I got from that black woman when I showed up to say, why don't you pick better men and better women? And dating is a tool that you use to screen for these people so that you don't end up in bad circumstances with people that you can't trust. Because the fact of the matter is that the dating scene is hard, and it is the responsibility of people to try and do their best to work off the problems that they have to deal with. Ultimately. Unfortunately, that does not absolve you of having to actually explain the worldview of people. Unfortunately, the upset, crazed, angry incels is not going to solve the material conditions of untrustworthiness compared to what most people have to concern themselves with. Unfortunately, those horny simps that would then latch themselves onto you, as women who like to use this tactic would have this happen, it's poking me, but in reverse. The Foids are trying to get the incels to attach onto them, instead of them attaching onto millionaire socialites that will never see the consequences of their worldview affect them personally and directly. Replace real ideas and real solutions and real discussions.
10% of divorces end with alimony settlements.
And
10%.
And they go.
You just ignore the stats.
They
You
go
just
from
move on.
men to women.
No reality around the stats, no reality around the material conditions. Just talking point, which is actually a serious concern. Because you're not actually preparing them for the reality. You're giving them statistics. You're giving them flawed statistics that then get used to then set them up for a world that's not going to repeat the thing that you've been told. No amount of talking points that come from the red pill is going to actually help them navigate if they don't actually do the research themselves to understand what it is that they're coming towards.
They go from men to women. Billions of dollars every year.
I thought you said earlier that women are paying alimony.
Billions of dollars of wealth every year is transferred from men to women.
Mm-hmm. Based on what? Where are you getting that information from? Are you just making it up?
Look, we have it. We're excited. We can get it to you at the end.
We have the work cited, we can get it to you at the end. Or you could come prepared to the fucking debate and you can inform me, teach me on the spot. Do your job. 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 Your job is to know. Your job is to know. Your job is to read. Your job is to learn. Your job is to inform people when they don't know. When the person doesn't know, it's your job to tell them, get the fuck off the stage. You don't know what you're talking about. Make way and move for the people who can have the conversation. Do your job. Your job is to research. Your job is to know.
You didn't want to submit. Where are your sources? You didn't want to submit them ahead of time. You did
the Census Bureau.
The Census Bureau information, the DOJ, CIA, the DOJ, multiple governmental agencies that are published directly, Circana, the Guttmacher Institute, so on, everything from PragerU and on. All that data can be physically found without even having to submit it. But she obviously already has, and it's information that would be readily available to any person who investigated it and used more than Google and AI markup. Worlds of difference. Worlds of difference!
Bureau of Labor Statistics. I cited everything I mentioned.
Jamie, pull that shit up.
Pull it up.
Pull that shit up, Jamie! Pull that shit up, Jethro! Technically, this would be the job of a panel of people beside the moderator. The moderator's job is to control the people who are speaking. It would be the job of the fact checkers to come in and be the Jamie that pulls this shit up. Yes, that's actually important. Unfortunately, in open debate, you don't have to do that. That's part of the skill. You see, you have to actually have the ability to argue it. She can't argue it, and the crowd can't save her. Even as a funny meme, and it's funny because it's true and it's real. She needs to know.
Pearl, the main thing I I want people to understand, okay? Pearl's gonna trash women no matter what. That's fine.
I'm not
True.
trash.
But my biggest gripe
When you tell women that they're whores and that they shouldn't have rights to vote, you are in fact trashing women. Because suddenly you're no longer a woman. You're a foid.
with you is you're discouraging people from entering marriages.
Discouraging people from entering unions, discouraging people from entering the workforce, discouraging people from trying new experiences, discouraging people from doing research, discouraging people from being informed, discouraging people from doing research and information on further discussions, specifically on gender attribution, just constantly encouraging people to be dumbass midwits that only think in terms of buzzwords.
I don't tell men what to do.
You in fact do. You do by your actions, you do by your advice, you do by your criticism. Because you lay the fault at the hands of women, saying that the men are fine and they have nothing to learn, when in fact they do have things to learn. As the children say, the niggas need to learn, the niggas need to learn, but the men actually do need to learn, and so do the women. They have a lot of growing up to do. There are lots of men and women who have a lot of growing up to do. I can say that as one of the men in the room that has a lot of growing up to do, in terms of things that I'm not already handling already. One of the things mentioned before from the debate last night, from the post-panel, was the idea that, quote, from the mouth of Stardust and a couple of other people on the panel, was that men were socially retarded and are behind women in social development. All men, collectively together, which is a lie to begin with, because I don't believe that every single man that is in the marketplace of ideals and the marketplace of dating are mentally stunted behind women, because there are some women that are mentally stunted in growth that believe that they can be child princesses and use men as banks, just as much as they would claim that there are men that are supposed to be taught by women and grow out of that social stuntedness so that they can match their partner's ego, because women aren't supposed to be their mothers by proxy. An assertion of men are socially stunted on average as mental retards. And the problem that you have here is that in many ways in society, you're going to have people who are going to say, I never learned how to do this. Nobody ever taught me these things. And the fact of the matter is that life taught you. Life would have taught you. Circumstances would have taught you. Dealing with situations would have taught you. You would have learned, and you would have taken agency into your hand to do your job and to actually be capable of addressing these problems without the problems that would have been a part of that assertion down the line. In other words, hey Carl, how did you learn how to play video games so good? Oh, I learned over my life. How did that work out? Because I played a lot of video games, and by playing a lot of video games, both for money and for interest, I gained knowledge about a lot of fields of expertise. Hey Carl, how did you learn how to do Fed work? The same way any person did. I was taught by a person in a program, and I learned how to do my job while thinking about what was best for the people that were under my responsibility on the means of my authority. I was able to do that by application of my job attribution, and I was able to take that in hand with all the other shit that I had to deal with, and I treated it as a serious problem and a serious concern that then became something that came down the line to help me and everybody else in the future make forward towards the shit that we needed to have versus the shit that was being actually addressed for most people's concern with what they would consider to be in their purview or in their interest to try and protect. Any and all that shit and more, that's what would have helped me to learn and be prepared for that. Unfortunately, that's not the way that most people see it. They see it as somebody needed to put them through some type of accredited program to give them the informational wealth. And unfortunately, that's not how the world works. This is the methodology of how to learn as an autodidact. Because autodidact learning is much better than the alternative, which is basically saying, I don't know, so that means I'm not accountable. I can just fuck around and do whatever I want. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. Empty mind, empty brain, nothing at all going on behind their head. With all the freedom in the world to say, well, see, that's not my problem. That's something for a man to do. I'm going to be empty-headed and be a bimbo. I'm going to be a bimbo doll. Because I want to be a stupid hoe. Please, I just want to be a stupid hoe and not concern myself with these deeper issues and materialistic problems. That's what I should be able to afford to do. Because I'm just a woman. Woman. Nothing in my head at all. No accountability. Just a woman. Woman. That kind of shit doesn't fucking fly. Should not fucking fly. Does not fucking fly. Doesn't fly for men, doesn't fly for women. And if they try it, you should fucking slap them in the head. Pop in the mouth. One good time. Two good times. Because that abdication of authority is exactly why we find ourselves in these situations now. It's not good for us. It's not good for us. It's not good for society. Certainly not good for the children who would need to have parents to reference. And it's not good for the baseline definition of how to address deeper comments and concerns. Because it means nobody's accountable for anything and everybody has an excuse. And unfortunately, the problem there is that nobody wants to take responsibility. Nobody wants to count up the sins that they've done and say that they had a direct hand in society going for the worst. It's just, well, you see, it's the women who did that, not me. A likely fucking story. But unfortunately, someone's gonna have to take cock for it. Are you gonna do it? Are you gonna take it? No? Who's gonna take it? Nobody? I guess society rots then. That's not an answer. We need more than that. We need more than that. There must be more than that.
Sell me on,
You advise men to avoid marriage.
Sell me on marriage. What do men get out of marriage?
They get a family, they get a wife, they get a legacy. Even if it's not children of their own blood, they have built a dynasty that then reflects the wealth of children and prosperity through their lives, which then gives them the ability to be able to address how they're able to leave behind when they're gone. They contribute to society through the means of their family and the welfare from their community, especially on the basis of something like, say, a religious parish or actual interconventional secular community outreach. There's lots of things that are afforded by a family. Social proof, reputation, through your wife and networking opportunities. There's a lot to be earned just from a relationship, let alone a family. I think the best word inside of that is status.
That's sad. It's sad that people think that. It really is. You get a partner, you get a teammate, you get to build a life together, and it's beautiful. I feel like misery loves company in this situation.
Who are these retards in the fucking crowd that are talking? And why are they talking in such a way? Maybe they should get on the debate stage and they should get up there and talk to her herself. I don't think they're going to do that, though. Because they know that they're going to get slaughtered. They're going to get slaughtered. They're going to get slaughtered.
And how would you know what you get out of marriage if you haven't experienced marriage in the first place? I'm not saying that as a personal attack.
You can't speak on what you get out of marriage because you don't have one. How are you going to come at me about something that you aren't in and say that it's not a value when you haven't experienced the value? You should have learned this from your mother, who's in a marriage.
Hope that Pearl...
Now, that's an example of how power feminism has failed women by disconnecting them from their mothers and daughters, the same way it's tried to disconnect through means of social radicalization, sons from fathers, from being able to pass down the divine masculine and the divine feminine knowledge, so that they may be able to connect with their gender partners and thus be able to ameliorate this information to the possible people who would need to benefit from it? Why, yes, I do think it is the case that was what happened. Huh. Damn, Pearl, why didn't you ask your mother and father to tell you that kind of idea? Why did you go to the red pill for that information? People who, historically, as you showed, no women, only men. No women, only men.
meets the love of her life and gets married. It's not about that. But you trapped...
Mogged. Nothing you say matters. Mogged.
Shit, without really understanding what the benefits are.
Why do we have phrases like it's cheaper to keep her?
Why do we have phrases like it's cheaper to keep her? Yes, that's definitely a response to what she just said. Damn, cooked her, bro. You really cooked her there.
Pearl.
What is this like? She could be just, she's like a comment section. She feels less like a person debating and more like a comment section, going through the comments, then copy and pasting other people's comments, or taking like other people's. You ever see those people that all they ever do is they take other people's stuff and repost it on social media, and is basically
Yes.
I feel, but this is just all comments that I would have just read, like just scrolling under a tweet. This not a response. It's like she's talking about like the partnership that a marriage brings, and she's like, why do we have phrases like it's cheaper to keep her? Because some people have unhappy marriages.
Answer the question.
Divorce is expensive.
An apple a day keeps the doctor away. Why did the chicken cross the road, Pearl?
It's better for you to go down the original track there. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. Why does an apple a day keep the doctor away? Because preventative measures are better than immediate ailment resolutions. What's easier, for you to take care of your teeth, or for you to be where I currently am, where I'm missing my third incisor and parts of my fourth molar are decaying out of my mouth because I haven't had health insurance? Why is it cheaper to keep her? Because there are some relationships that are loveless marriages. Because you have people that are deeply unhappy in serious fashions that cannot ameliorate their problems with their partner. And so, they would rather be in unhappy marriages but stay together for the sake of the children because, in fact, rather than divorcing that woman or that man, or even gays to gays, divorcing that man as a gay man, which never fucking happens because gay men are happy as fuck. Happy as two dicks in a clam. Because they literally are. Rather than two clams and a dick. A spot of spotted dick, you see. You don't see that happen because gay men don't have those problems. You obviously can have those problems in conflict with male and female. But female? Welterweight champions and Golden Glove. 10-time Golden Glove champion. All these things have reasons. All of these things have explanations. But these explanations are not answers for why you think people shouldn't be married. And why you think you have the ability to discount the knowledge that comes from marriage and the benefits of marriage while you're not married. Again, entrench. You can't defend your positions.
Expensive. And by the way, on purpose, to discourage people from getting divorced in the first place.
Why do we have phrases like happy wife, happy life?
Because it's true. Same with happy husband.
Ooh. Dude, they are so pissed in that crowd. There's some people in that room that have been burnt bad by their exes, man. Burnt bad by their exes. It's true. If your significant partner... It makes me happy to know my partner's happy. Is that strange?
The problem is not that. The problem is the euphemism and what it's supposed to actually evocate in the people who are hearing it. Why happy life, why happy wife, happy life? Because you as a man abdicate all authority in your relationship and defer solely to what the woman wants. That's what happy wife, happy life means. Why does that exist? Because there are some women that are very, very preachy, and are very, very mouthy, and are very, very assertive, that ask for some basic things that would be normal responses in a relationship with a person, that they expect to be a fight that they put up. Because why is it so common, and even better, answering a question with a question? Why are there women who will be surprised by a man who has been in relationships with other women, and is considerate about those women, that will then say things to that man like, "Who taught you? Who's been giving away our secrets? Who taught you? Who taught you?" Because the implication is that a man had to be taught by a woman in order to do things for the benefit of that woman. Or women in general. Man gives bomb head. "Oh my god, I have an eater. Who taught you how to eat pussy like that?" Man does something that benefits him and his children and his family collectively. "Oh my god, who taught you how to be a gentleman? Who taught you how to be a good husband? He's getting some he's gonna get some head tonight, yes." And all this other fucking bullshit. That effectively amounts for fucking nothing. Boredom. Abject boredom. Because it doesn't amount to shit. Doesn't help for fuck. Meaningless shit. Absolutely meaningless shit. I digress.
Into happy life. I don't want to come home to an angry husband.
But that's not a phrase.
Do you have any other like catchphrase or slogan you want to throw at me?
What do men get out of marriage?
He is always.
And then she immediately fucking has one. Oh my god! I'm living!
He's Santa Claus. It's a different song. Look, why? I don't understand what Pearl thought she'd get out of this. Honestly, I think this is what everyone else is doing, so she thinks this is what she has to do. It feels a little bit like that. This does not feel like her environment.
They get a partner
that gains 25 pounds in the first 5 years.
Men get pretty fat too. I don't know if you've done a comparative analysis on that. They actually end up gaining more weight than their wives do. And who cares?
Men.
I mean, have a conversation with your partner. Encourage her. Be an adult.
How can men and women be equal?
Especially if she's giving you children.
How can men and women be equal when one...
It's like slogan, women are fat, slogan. Women are whores, slogan.
is expected to die for the other.
I don't expect anyone to die for anyone else. I don't know what that even comes from.
Yeah, but men are willing to die for you every day. The men in the police force, the men in the military.
What about the women in the police force?
They're 10% and they cause so many problems.
Who cares what percentage women make up of the police force? They're in the police force. My sister-in-law's a cop, actually.
They can't do the same jobs. There's videos on the internet everywhere of women getting their guns taken because they're not strong enough.
Are you just making things up?
There's also videos of fat cops tumbling over like Humpty Dumpty because they don't know how to like walk up a 30% fucking incline. There's plenty of people who are cops who couldn't pass the physical standards, but they're kept as cops because they either got in there 10 years ago when they could meet the standards, and then, you know, the testosterone, you know, crashed a little bit, or because they drastically need hire because they're understaffed.
Pearl, what are you doing? Like, seriously. The internet as a cop, actually. Women make up of the police force. They're in the police force. My sister-in-law's a cop, actually.
They can't do the same jobs. There's videos on the internet everywhere of women getting their guns taken because they're not strong enough.
Are you just making things up? Pearl, what are you doing? Like, seriously. Next question.
Do you realize how good you
God damn, that fucking silence is crippling. Holy shit.
have it in this country?
Absolutely.
Do you realize how good you have it? Is that really your next question?
Do you realize how good you have it in this country?
Yes, she fucking does, absolutely, and she takes authority with the position of what she's afforded. And she's capable of actively using it correctly, rapaciously weaponizing her feminism correctly. Not trying to stop the agency of other people, advocating for her own agency herself alone, advocating for other people to take similar levels of control and understanding in their life, and not allowing themselves to be riddled along with other people's opinions, because they're actually able to assess information correctly. Things that any informed person should do. Remove gender. Should I weaponize my knowledge to defend myself and cleave a path through the world the way I'd like to live my life? And should I encourage other people to do the same? Yes! Do you realize how good you have it by using your head? Yes! I do! Yes, she does! You should too!
Absolutely. Best country in the world.
Giga Chad, or in this case, Giga Stacy, labia, large, titties, full, milking on mommy, even though she doesn't have any.
And you get the
Kazarian style milkers. Kazarian's title mirrors.
Life to live the life you live at the expense of men.
No, that's not.
How is she doing it at the expense of men? Which men is she doing it at the expense of? Shank Yogurt? The one who hired her? Who benefits from her? He's being defrauded because he put her in a position of power? Are you sure? Do you want to go down the chain? Go down the chain of connection? Is she defrauding the men who work under her? Is she defrauding the men who work alongside her? Is she defrauding the men that are friends with her, like AJW? Sean Fitzgerald? Where's the defrauding? Can you point it out to me?
Not true.
That is true.
Show me how.
Do it.
Do you know how many men die every
You can't. Show me how. Immediate challenge. Immediate pivot. Next question. Or actually, excuse me, next slogan. Oh! Body blow. Body blow. Body blow. Non-stop body blows. It never stops being deadly. Oh. Oh. Agony and pain for all people involved. Agony and pain for all people involved.
year? Just
Wow, I haven't thought about that, Pearl. Men do die every year. That's a good point. Sorry, I'm sorry. That was a brilliant pause. She actually stopped her sentence. That's not just me being mean. She actually just stopped.
Just every year.
Show me how.
Do you know how many men die every year? Just there are men that die every year to get you crab.
How many women die every year during childbirth?
Not many.
This country.
You had such a proper opportunity for you to say not enough. It would have been a horrible joke, but then you could have been able to add some levity to your position without having to use women as yet again another stock value purpose, so that you can be able to say women haven't done enough. Men used to go to war. Women used to be child-rearing servants and slaves. Forehead, forehead, forehead.
Has the highest maternal mortality rate of any developed country. So a lot of women do die as a result of pregnancy and childbirth, yes. This is painful, man.
There's some
smiling on stage, laughing along with people in the audience who are trying to cover her and help her, who are probably from the red pill, but ultimately no real concerns, no real opinions, no real argumentation. Just smile and wave, nigga, smile and wave. Smile and wave, smile and wave. As long as you smile and wave, you won't have to address those deeper questions that people are going to expect you to have answers to. Embarrassing does not begin to explain how cucked that is. It does not even begin to explain how cucked that is. It is embarrassing the levels of cucked that is. But this is what happens. This is what happens. I yet again say, niggas need to learn. 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 They need to learn. It's enough time of women's rights. It's time for women's wrongs.
I was told by somebody, and I thought it really stuck with me about debate, and that is when your opponent doesn't know what to say, when you've gotten them into a point where they've never heard that before, they don't have a response for it, or you can see their brain racing and they can't find anything. The person could be going through brain fog, could be anything. Don't say anything. Be quiet, let the silence hang, just make it clear that you have asked a question, you have put something to them, and that silence is on them. It can't be that they...
Correct. This is one of the problems that comes with why people can't actually have discussions and why clip forming is bad for debate. Because if you can't answer my question, then you don't need to be talking. And if you can't answer the question, no one else should be talking for you. This is probably the biggest danger with having a post-panel discussion and opening up things to callers. Because they're going to add their voices in, because they abhor silence. No, you need to discuss it. I don't want to hear somebody coming in and trying to explain my point for you. No, 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 no. I want you to listen to what I said. I want you to grasp what I said. I want you to be able to maintain with what I said. Because I should be able to grasp what you said. I should be able to discern what you said. I should be able to respond to what you said. Quickly!
They said something and then you're quiet. You have to throw something to them and watch as when they're about to serve back, they just freeze up. And the longer that silence holds, no matter who you're with Anna, you're with Pearl, no matter what side of the debate you on, everybody feels that anxiety. Everybody feels that social awkwardness as you're just like, God, say something, anything. Just say something, words. And that was painful. Just like dead silence. I don't know if I've seen a debate with that much dead silence for that long. That, I don't know if it's a record or something, but I can't think of any other debate off the top of my head where a good 25, 30 seconds, you're just standing there like, just kind of breathing in the mic, just kind of like looking around, trying to think of something to say. Weird. How long did it, let me count.
As a result
of about 15 seconds of abject silence.
So a lot of women
embarrassing
die
abject
as
silence.
a result of pregnancy and childbirth, yes.
You can even hear them in the crowd saying, "You got this, Pearl."
This is painful, man.
Pearl does in fact not got this. Standing there in her fucking blouse that she possibly borrowed from her mother. Oh no, it's worse than I thought. It's worse than 15 seconds. It's at least 20 seconds of silence.
Do you have any other questions for me?
Mogging.
31 seconds. Not right now I have any other questions. She's got it. Pearl Davis, 2028.
All right. Should I move on? Like, what are we doing now?
Can I ask a couple questions?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, let's just jump in here.
And good for the moderator to not, during any of this back and forth, to try and cut people off. Holy fuck! You love to see it. You love to see it. They allowed for this to develop. They allowed the conversation to develop so that you could show who clearly knew what the fuck they were talking about and who clearly did not. Oh, yes! 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 The way that I conduct debates. Yes!
Let me do this. I'll ask you one and then I'll ask you one and we'll kind of go back and forth.
However, here, what the moderator has to do is because Pearl is fucking lost, he's gonna have to hold her hand. Hold her hand, get her along, so that she can actually have some discussions, so she can start entrenching her position.
Only other debate I've ever watched that had me feeling this way is when I watched Lance and some compatriot that was debating the issue with him debate Lauren Southern. Just the dead silence is just waiting for somebody to say something. The silence hurts more than anything you could say.
I kind of half jokingly said at the beginning, like that Pearl had mentioned, I think you actually said it here too, that you believe you may be more of a feminist. Do you consider yourself to be a feminist, and how would you define that?
I don't consider myself to be a feminist, mainly because it's a loaded word and there are certain outcomes from certain waves of feminism that I don't agree with, particularly minimizing the importance of men in society. I do think that there is, especially the third wave of feminism that's done that. I personally really value masculine men, and I don't appreciate feminists speaking on behalf of all women in regard to what women prefer. I think the Me Too movement started off as a legitimate grievance with women who were legitimately abused, and it devolved into something laughable and ridiculous, especially when, you know, someone like Aziz Ansari gets accused of being like some sort of sexual predator when he clearly wasn't. So I just...
Case example of her defending a man as a woman, using her agency to speak on the fact that, yeah, Aziz Ansari is not a rapist because a woman had a date she regretted. Busting that accusation from earlier out of the water.
Don't like how loaded that word is. What I actually genuinely want is equality among the sexes. I'm not looking for women to have an upper hand over men at all.
Clearly states that she is in fact not a supremacist, she is an equalist, meaning that her form of feminism goes towards degrees of egalitarianism, not just constantly glory-hounding and glory-seeking for opportunities to push the feminist agenda towards supremacy.
But we need to be based in reality, and we need to look at the statistics and figure out what's really going on.
Clearly pushing people towards the direction of actually understanding what is actually happening with material ground concepts, data heuristics, and actual studies that are from peer-reviewed institutions that have been double-blinded and have been accredited, instead of just, I pulled up a fact that I got off Google using AI. Debunked!
If men are getting a raw deal as a result of divorces, then yeah, the laws need to change. And I genuinely thought prior to this debate that they were getting the raw end of the deal.
By the way, when she was talking about the deaths in crabbing, it depends on what type of crabbing you're doing. Like the type of crabbing that happens off the shores of Maryland, I mean, it's not impossible for somebody to die, but some of the most dangerous crabbing done in the United States is king crab fishing in Alaska. Places like that, right, where you can get something like 80 to 100 deaths or something, or like, I forget, but you get like, no, it's not 80 to 100. It's like it's double digits though, low double digits. You can get an Alaskan like crabbing deaths. I don't know why she settled on crabbing when it's like, I don't know, like 14 people die in Alaska every year, something like that. 20 to 40, it's something like that. It's double digits, low double digits.
But as I researched this, I realized I was believing in outdated myths. So, yeah.
Pearl, let me ask you this. Do you believe and obviously you are citing a lot of anecdotal stories. I do think it's fair to point out every anecdotal story is someone's story, right? So they're not...
The reality of an anecdotal story is that every case example you use of an anecdote is something that is outside the median rule. It is an example of something that is an exception. It is not a definition of the system of the rule. When you start using things by the law of averages, you're trying to use this outside escape point to try and justify a point that is ultimately not relevantly supported by data and is not relevantly supported by the history of the conversation happening around the data that is being materialized in this aspect. Saying things like black men are deadbeats defies the logic of obvious not deadbeat, telling you should be responsible for the choices you make as a parent. Da-da!
Fake stories, and they're not meaningless, obviously, to the people who live those realities. In a lot of cases, they're very painful. Because of your platform, you speak to a lot of those people. How much is that informing where you're coming from in this debate? Is the real stories of people who have been hurt by this stuff?
A significant amount. But the problem is that when you're trying to make policy decisions about how we ought live in society, I cannot use anecdotes as the basis on how I'm meant to address this problem, ameliorate this problem, and work towards this problem. You are putting a whole consequence in my face and in my mouth, Kappa, in my face and in my mouth, to tell me, actually, you can't have what you want because women everywhere need to have freedoms. But I'm not against women getting assistance for their freedoms. I, in fact, want women to have power. I want them to have agency. I want them to have the ability to discuss things. I want them to have the ability to ameliorate these problems. I want them to be free. I want them to have exchange. Yes, you say that, but have you considered that actually you are just a cuck that is wooed by women in their wiles? Huh? That ad nauseum would get on your fucking nerves faster than you'd realize. much faster than you realize. I can't have these things that I want, that I already believe in and believe should be done, because a nigga said? Huh? Are you retarded? Must be.
How did you know I love stuff that shines?
Alas.
I mean, I've interviewed 1,000 people. I interviewed a guy who had his kid transition.
Pause. You interviewing 1,000 people does not beat the fact that those people that you interviewed need to be able to assert to me why your opinion should matter, because you're using their stories as a way to give yourself legitimacy. It does not mean that you are legitimate. It just means that you're using real cases of real stories that, while heartbreaking and string pulling, ultimately do not undo the reality, which is niggas gotta live. How do we make a society based on what you do if what a person can do is just bring up an anecdote and say, I have more victims than you have victims. I know what's hip and what's happening, and I can help these men better than you can. Because the shit that just came out of my mouth. Versus the reality of the situation, which is, yes, there are people who need help and there are people worth assisting. But tell me the reason why your anecdotes beats the knowledge and wisdom of old that you can just ignore, as though society was not made by people who have already addressed this concern and addressed this information that now needs to be made relevant for those that need to hear it and find it. How do you have the ability to ignore that knowledge? Well, because I feel like it. Because, like, the adults, they don't get what we go through. But I'm promising you that they do. Because guess what? At some point in time, they were children. And they weren't adults. And they had people they had to learn from. Or worse, they had to learn it without help. They had to learn it without agency. They had to learn it without parents. Where do you get off? Where does it stop? Where does it end? That's the problem with using them. When do you have opinions of your own, shaped off the viewpoints that you gained from living life? Where does it begin? Where does it begin? Does it begin after you've used their anecdotes to claim legitimacy and authority? Does it happen 20 years after it? It should obviously have happened before, but assuming that we're saying that we must use this as legitimacy all the time, if I come up with my anecdotes, do they cancel your anecdotes? Do I go band for band? Do I go band for band? Do I go sob story for sob story? If I have somebody with 1,000 sob stories and you have people with 1,000 sob stories, does it then cancel it out? Do we then go off for personal experience? Is it like proxy defense? Because if so, I think the people who have material concerns directly themselves probably beat you out then. Unfortunately. Whereas, what do I know? I'm some dumb chud. Forehead.
There was nothing he could do about it. I interviewed another guy, and he spent $300,000 trying to get his kid back. He actually went overseas to Ukraine during the war, just trying to be in his kid's life. So yeah, it impacts it a lot. Yeah,
I don't. She didn't really lay out the story how. I've never seen a child custody case decided upon who goes and fights outside of Pokrovsk. I don't know where this story. I know that she should give a few more details. Maybe they're Ukrainian. I don't know.
I've interviewed so many men that want nothing more than to just be a dad and see their kid. They don't even care about the money. They just want to see their children. And if you ask Anna, it doesn't exist. But if you ask any man, like everybody knows somebody that it's happened to. And commentators can, they can try to minimize it.
Commentators like you?
They can talk from their ivory towers and pretend it's not happening, but there's a genocide.
She doesn't. She does. First off, wow. She really tried to go for there's a genocide happening to men. Wow. 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 But secondly, huh? What? You mean there are people who are choosing to pick and choose which men deserve help and which don't? And you're playing willy-nilly with these people's lives to use them for clout? and you're trivializing the shit that they deal with, and you're somehow one of the good ones?
Of millions of men that's going on in this country.
When you use the
A
word-
genocide?
I was gonna say.
1.6 million men commit suicide.
Self-inflicted genocide. I've never...
Now, if we're being serious, that is a tragedy, and that is actually equivocated towards an actual outcome that would actually matter. No, actually, that can work. However, it's ridiculous when you say it. A self-inflicted genocide. Okay, if men kill themselves at rates where we are not at birth replacement, what do you end up with? You end up with a certain kind of person, right? For sake of argumentation, let's say men in general, like myself, killing themselves renders the gene pool inert, because what you're left with is people who are unwilling to see how the worldview carries out if they do not afford proper discussion on these matters for the people that wish to have them.
The generators. The gate can be controlled from the inside. Perhaps the breakers were trying to prevent the
What ends up happening is that you're left with people that basically are completely dysfunctional for society. They can't actually address any common concerns, because effectively their entire worldview is, I feel this way, therefore I do these things.
Never heard of such a thing. I'm gonna commit genocide against myself. I've never heard of such a thing.
Yeah, it's weird, because what she meant to say was that there's a genocide going on in men, and that it's not the self-inflicted one, it's one that's being done by society. Society is genociding men on the behest of these feminist women. But the reality is that it's not that. It's multiple other exigent factors that then manipulate in that direction. Not exactly as one-for-one as, why are you trying to debate me about this? There's a genocide in Gaza. You know? It's not as strong. It's not as rhetorically effective.
My God. Wow. The most efficient genocide ever. You're making a people so depressed, they all just do their killing of themselves for you. My God. How stupid, man. Really?
Have committed suicide since
I thought it was going to be abortion. I thought that was going to be your point. That's the classic. I remember going...
I mean, abortion's important too. And yes, it's a classic, but it's an important one. Men sleeping around with women, being Lotharios, then impregnate women because they don't care about who they get pregnant, because they're hitting it raw, because the girls let them hit it raw. They have no sexual discipline, thus they add bastards to the gene pool that no longer have happy families and put together homes to live in, and instead broken homes. They become children of divorce, they become children of dependency, they become tenants at will and of suffrage. They end up going through the world as latchkey kids, angry at their parents, their father for not being a man, their mother for not providing them a father figure to look up to if they're men, women, girls being resentful of the mother for basically weaponizing them with their anger so that they may be able to do damage back to the father, and the father for not being a father figure that teaches her what safety and security is so that she can look for those talents in her partner, just like how the boy was not able to look for the traits of motherliness and consideration and patience and kindness and development for him to develop a relationship with a woman who is receptive to these goals, just as that girl's not able to form relationships with people who are receptive to those goals, and them together now going out into the world full of these bastards that cannot function meaningful whatsoever. And I'm not just talking about the men, I'm talking about the girls too. The girls are bastards as well, because they don't understand their mothers and their fathers. There's probably a special word for specifically female dependents that are from broken homes, but we're just going to call them bastards in general for now. These bastards go onto the world, and they do damage to other people, because hurt people, and it then becomes a consequence that those people then go on to have babies, and then babies are having babies. Because that's the actual pipeline. Niggas destroy women, women destroy men, become niggas. The niggas of society, and the whores and manipulators of society then potentially become parents to children that then learn bad ideas, bad structure, bad form, and bad worldview that then pays forward a legacy of negative intention where everyone's out for themselves and making money off those people because no matter what I do, I'm to leave with something, and what you have to show for it is people who effectively hate other people and are orchophobic, who are ultimately designing a world where they hate everybody that they could pair bond with, and love everybody who clearly hate them. Because they then, to try and replace the problem that is the genocide and the loss of the life that is being caused through Planned Parenthood, that then steps in for all demographics, but especially the Black American society. Holy shit, we're still getting cooked by Planned Parenthood. The birth replacement for the people who are building the dynasties, instead of happy marriages happening from inside society, comes from the second and third world, as they're imported to help stabilize the birth rates and to also add to the labor, because these people are probably on the downtrodden points trying to put together their lives, and thus they get breeded out by those other people because they have those broken outcomes and those broken family households that they then use as the justified continued excuse of, I never learned, nobody taught me. Yes, actually that is a problem that way. Yes, I agree with that too. If you made appeals not go to, make it so that it can't go to the state Supreme Court, it has to go to the intermediate appellate courts, it would be productive, because it would cut down on a lot of the fucking bullshit problems that happen inside a family court in general. For men and women.
Went outside the Holocaust Museum in DC and seeing people have like...
Also, better training for the caseworkers and the judges so that they can understand when a woman is actively weaponizing the court system and playing games with the court system. Because one of the problems that you have there, just to ponder on that as a segue for a second, you've got men that have to do dash cam footage, recording cam footage, nanny cam footage, to be able to have enough information and proof to demonstrate, as we've learned from all of these fake AI stories that are based in a nugget of truth, to have the ability to defend themselves should they be getting fucked over by a person who's basically weaponizing the fact that the family court system tends to weigh in a woman's favor 90% of the time, with the exclusion of the time where the court actually rules against the woman because that woman is supposedly a boss babe who makes her own money, and she realizes she actually makes the majority of the bread, so she has to pay alimony. Yes. Back to it.
Like anti-abortion stuff, saying stop the modern Holocaust. Remember being revolted by it at the time. That's the direction I expect her to go. I did not expect her to say that men's higher suicide rate is a genocide. Any issue that men face is the worst issue that has ever been faced, and any issue that is hurting men worse than women is it's atrocity. It's the worst possible way you could. It has to be genocide. It can't just be higher suicidality, because that doesn't sound as clickbaity, does it? Doesn't sound as rage baity.
1970.
But if a genocide's happening, then you must do everything possible to stop a genocide. I mean, you should stop people from offing themselves, but describing it as a genocide ain't doing anything to do that, to help that.
Similar rates of women also attempt suicide but fail because they usually don't resort to more violent means of ending their own lives.
Right,
so they'll take pills.
Why is that? Why is it that every time?
So would that mean that the sad fact is that women are just worse at genocide?
True.
They're worse at self-inflicted genocide?
You bring up men, you have to bring up women.
Because we're doing a comparative analysis here. You can't just throw out statistics without comparing it to what the rates are among women.
What I'm pointing out is, I just pointed out that by 2050, more men will have committed suicide than all of the world wars combined. And your first response was, well, women commit suicide too.
Because it is a problem that is inflicting both sexes in this country. It is a tragedy and should be taken seriously rather than this weird sex war.
Exactly.
But it's not going to be taken seriously when you pretend it's not going on.
She's not pretending that it's not going on. She's just not allowing you to dominate the conversation by saying women have it worse, women have it worse, women have it worse, women have it worse, or men have it worse, men have it worse, men have it worse, men have it worse, because it completely contracts from the actual conversation that needs to be had, which is that we need to make a choice to look at what is effectively desperate impact. Where this would be the case of whites versus blacks, saying blacks are having downtime and downtrodden figures, they're not being helped out, and blah, 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 blah. That desperate impact affects them directly in social. And unfortunately, you can't actually just help that by negging the point.
It's not going to be taken seriously either when you call it a genocide, and my first reaction is to roll my eyes and stop listening.
It is going on. Are you kidding me?
I don't talk about it. I attempted once. when I was younger, at no point was I like, no, we must end it's not, at no point did I think that was genocide. That was completely self-inflicted. I did that to myself. Like, other people do that to themselves. Genocide, you're just boiling down what the word genocide means. It makes it so I take nothing you say seriously.
I mean, how many of our soldiers, our veterans, come back to the United States after multiple deployments, do not get treatment or help with PTSD and other mental issues as a result of being deployed multiple times?
Right.
Like, that's a real problem. How come you don't talk about that?
Yeah, but
you blame it on marriage and divorce instead.
Right, because those soldiers come home to an empty house.
You think that divorce...
Oh, well, maybe if they got married and they weren't listening to Pearl Davis and told their girlfriend in high school, hey, you know, how about we just get, how about you just wait for me in the apartment? Maybe it would have gone differently. Who knows?
There is the reason for most of these suicides.
Men are 9 times more likely to commit suicide after
How many more
divorce.
times likely are...
And more factoids. Just more factoids. No answers to their fucking answers. Just more factoids.
women to commit suicide after a divorce?
What about the women?
You don't know the number, right? Because you didn't even care to look into it.
What about the women, though?
What about the women?
What you go to, and that's kind of what I'm trying to point out is feminists don't care about.
Look, if I say in Maryland we have 10 people die every year from car crashes, or car crashes are terrible, the country needs to pay attention to the crisis in our state of car crashes. A lot more than 10 people die. This is an example. And then somebody in Virginia stands up and says 30 people die in Virginia. Oh, always whining about Virginia. Oh, what's happening in Northern Virginia? Oh, always whining. Why is everything about Virginia with you? You're expanding the data set to give people more aperture instead of just like focusing on one tree when there's an entire forest.
Care about male issues. They don't.
Like higher rates of suicide is a male issue. Calling it genocide makes it ridiculous. You're putting a big clown nose on the issue.
They do not care
Correct.
about equality, because whenever you ask them for real equality,
Pearl, my point is that suicide is not just a male issue. It is a huge problem in this country. Women who try to end their own lives are less successful because, again, they're less likely to use a gun for...
I hate when people do TTS on their shit. This is unfortunately not something being done by the debate. This is being done on Dylan's stream here, so I can't even properly understand what the thing is saying. Pull down. There are some people who make arguments so stupid it feels intentional. Yes, actually. Sometimes by design.
For instance, or hang them...
It's just whataboutism with extra steps. That's why I hate it, especially when it's being done through donations. Because it just deflects from the actual conversation. You can't have discussions. You can't get shit done. Destroys all agility whatsoever.
Themselves. They'll take pills, it'll fail. It's just a tragic thing all around. But if you actually care about suicide rates, then you would want to know what's causing the suicide rates or the attempts at suicide.
Divorce.
What can we do as a society to help people to prevent that from happening? And you wouldn't make it specifically and solely an issue that inflicts one sex over the other.
Again, I mean, you're just proving my point, because we talk about male issues.
How? Where? Explain it. Point it out. Explain it. Explain it. Explain it.
You keep bringing it back to the women. Look,
I just want you to compare the stats you're spewing right now with something to compare it to.
Okay. Do you think that women should be on the front lines of the military like the men?
If they can pass the physical tests necessary to do so, yeah.
Do you think women should be in selective service? Like the men?
Yes.
Should a person be on the front lines? Should a person be in the reserves? Yes and yes, they already are. Next question. Not even an argument. Not even an argument. Why did you bring it up? It's not even an argument. Already happens. They don't go through the process of having to have their rights basically be stripped of them if they don't sign up for a draft that is given to them at the age of 18, that is then responsible for them getting aid from the government with things like grants and funds for research.
Look, it's a trap.
research, diplomacy, earnings.
UWST's offenses tend to be something else. Yvonne probably...
But, I've spoken on this already. Moving forward.
Yeah, okay, and they should be on the front lines as infantrymen.
This is so stupid. Neither of these people have ever been anywhere near a war zone. Neither of these people are in a position to determine how useful or non-useful, like making it so every woman in America is like a step away, depending upon conflict or war, of being an infantry woman. Not an infantry man, an infantry woman. I don't think either of these people are really ready to have that type of educated conversation. Would there be a usefulness to women being drafted? Yes. There'd probably be more usefulness in specific areas for people with medical history. There would also be a usefulness in women staying back and taking jobs in military industry. There's a reason why Rosie the Riveter was such a central part of the American propaganda campaign, to get women doing the factory jobs, building the tanks, building the ships, building the guns that their husbands would use to beat the Nazi and Japanese and Italian war machines. So, I mean, like, the idea that, well, the only way we can have equality is by having all 330 million Americans in a trench. It just feels so far removed. Any functional, actual scenario.
They are physically capable of doing it, yes.
Okay, so no.
So you want to put people who aren't physically... I mean, obese men wouldn't be put on the front lines.
Do you think women should be jailed for false accusations?
Depends.
She really thinks she was like giggling after that. She thought she made like a good point.
Depends on what the false accusations are. If she's falsely accusing someone of rape, for instance, yes.
Just okay. Thank you. I agree. Do you think that women...
And that's the only one. Should they be jailed for anything that would be considered a felony that would have a very serious incumbency of consequences if it was something that would have been convicted of the man? Example, the DoorDash girl. Should DoorDash girl get more charges placed against her because she gave false testimony that was then proven false by the dash cam, by the nanny cam, and by analysis from actual police investigation? Per DoorDash's update. By this logic, yes, she should. Why? Because not only did she falsify under false pretenses, the implication of falsifying under those false pretenses led us to a point where we can't be able to trust people because of this desire to be lazy and just say I can say anything and nobody will ever hold me accountable. Because it should have led to more time for her. She's already facing 8 years, which would have the license of either putting her in jail or putting her on 8 years probation. Me personally, 8 years probation, and she's not allowed to use social media. And if she does use social media, immediately to jail. Which I feel is like the greatest punishment, especially for women. But getting additional time because of the fact that she gave false witness, yeah, an extra 4 years, probably. 2 years for every single thing that you lied about. She lied about recording him, she lied about the door being open. So, 4 plus 4 plus 2, like 2 plus 2. That's just 12. Give her 12 years. It'll learn her. And if it doesn't, and she does it again, she can stay in jail again for a longer time.
Women, do you think that child custody should be 50-50?
Probably yes, absolutely. Again with the frozen ass camera.
As long as the court determines that both parents are capable of being caretakers, yes. In fact,
and yes, and I can agree with you. The argument that would come from the MRA side, that is specifically the deep cut red pill Meninist shit, not the actual men's right advocates and activists from people like the Honey Badger that are important and responsible for this argumentation, is that yes, modern women and modern day third and fourth wave feminists do not realize how well they have it and how privileged they truly are.
that's the ideal situation.
Okay, so yes.
Yes.
All right, do you believe in alimony?
I believe in
I mean, when somebody says that custody should be 50-50, ideally, but divorces are not usually ideal.
alimony in specific cases where the woman decided to forego having a career and working, decided to stay home and raise the kids. In those cases, I believe she deserves alimony, yes.
But that's a privilege.
You're ridiculous. Next, move on.
You said it's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous,
that it's a privilege to stay home with your
coming from a girl who grew up in an affluent situation with incredibly wealthy parents. You don't know anything about struggling economically or financially. So to tell a single mother who decided to stay home and raise her children instead of work that she doesn't deserve a penny to raise her kids after a divorce is the most privileged piece of shit thing to say.
This is the type of nagging that drives men to suicide.
Good. But I'm married and you're not, so...
How does...
Beast! 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 Felted! Destroyed! Defenestrated! On your knees! Lick the coochie! Open that mouth for some cocked meat sandwich! Fuda style! Go back and hear it again.
So to tell a single mother who decided to stay home and raise her children instead of work that she doesn't deserve a penny to raise her kids after a divorce is the most privileged piece of shit thing to say.
This is...
Because when you're talking about the example of men getting out of relationships with horrible women that effectively used them as a wallet for years and then exacted consequences out of them, taking half their shit, it sounds good to say women shouldn't be getting alimony and all this other garbage. But in the reality of most people, especially those that are effectively staying at home, taking care of the children, and then are having to re-enter the workforce if they ended up getting divorced from their partner, and they effectively have no income and no nest egg to start off from, because joint funds were the funds of the family and what she used to afford the lifestyle choice for everybody in the household alongside the man, and she now needs to be able to rear for herself and rear for the children. It is a piece of shit thing to do, to try and take that from that person, because it sounds like a good idea to play towards the incels crowd that would try to argue along with this, despite themselves not being married men. Or, for those married men, using it to feel better because they come from the side of the red pill that is being spoken to by people like Redonkulous TV. And that's the military side of the red pill, mind you. That's not the majority of the ones that are hearing from people like Myron. The majority of the ones hearing from Jackson. The majority of the ones hearing from the bald-head black one that married the Snow Bunny mom. Or even Rollo Tomasi.
This is the type of nagging that drives men to suicide.
This is the kind of nagging that drives men to suicide. A woman being right and punishing another woman in a conversation. Ah, man! Women scolding women and holding women accountable? This is the kind of thing that drives men to suicide. No, the fuck it doesn't! It makes men holler and and say, yeah! Tell that bitch she's wrong! Yeah! Because that's the case of a non-toxic woman handling the fucking hog. Not hog for the good kind. Not the ones built up like muscle mommies. Actual fucking hogs. Rolling around in shit like little piggies in society. That are then holding those women accountable and telling them, shut your fucking mouth up. This is not the avenue that you belong to. And what comes next makes it the Giga Chad moment. Or again, Giga Stacy moment to be cheered for. She's married, you're not. You don't know because you don't have one. You couldn't keep a relationship to save yourself. Period. All your relationships have ended poorly for you. The last nigga you were with ran from you.
But I'm married and you're not, so...
How does she expect us to think she takes the issue seriously of men's suicide when she calls it a genocide and then jokes about it?
Yes, you call it a genocide and you say, you see, this is the reason why men are genociding themselves, because of nagging bitches like you in society. I thought it was because they're having their entire lives ruined, and they thought that it would be much better to end their lives than to continue with the suffering. because they're being financially tortured, spiritually tortured, motivationally tortured, moralistically tortured. The longhouse is bearing down on him. Fuck me, my life is ruined because of evil women destroying my shit. What are you gonna do about it, little man? Crush with foot. Suffer. Being delivered by RuPaul, or for more agonization, Laverne Cox. Well, the only thing I can do is take my life. That's the only thing I have in my control. Slits wrist. Meanwhile, somewhere in a debate stage, you're the reason why men kill themselves. You telling me right now that I'm wrong, that's why they kill themselves. By the way, they're genociding themselves. To get away from women like me, because of women like you. Forehead! Doesn't make sense.
About it. On one hand, it's the worst issue. It's something you could compare to the Holocaust. On the other hand,
Not the Holocaust, a Holocaust. Not the Holocaust. 6 plus 6 potential unconfirmed is going to be 12 million less than you should really look for. Me personally, 100,000 men a year losing their lives to suicide, I would say is very much dire crisis, because that's 100,000 lives that could have been lived, especially if they were lives with so much to live for. If they killed themselves between the ages of 15 to 35. Because a man's true life doesn't really start until 40. Because we have to build up a nest egg for ourselves. Gotta build wealth. We might hit our looks prime when we're 25 to 35, but we don't hit a financial stride until 40 to 50. On average. When we're building wealth. Generational wealth.
what is her? I can't place her vibe, honestly.
Next.
Jesus Christ. I get it.
A little harder to debate someone who's not an OnlyFans girl, right?
A little harder to be able to have arguments against somebody who's not just a fucking dumbass, who's also spearing, sloganeering, and talking points for the purposes of getting men to give them money because it's like, oh my god, she truly understands me. I'm gonna buy her girlfriend experience. Yeah, it kind of doesn't work, huh? When you're on a stage where you actually have to defend your points and entrench your position, and you can't look for the audience to jump in and save you. When the moderator's not going to cut off the other person, and they're going to be allowed to fucking walk your ass through a goddamn trap, and then make your own logic work against you, doesn't work very well, does it? When you have to actually debate your positions and your points, and you end up making points that are not going to help your position, but help your opponents, because you clearly don't care about the people you claim that you're a guardian for. It don't work, do it. Nah. And the chat room that is clearly there in the audience knows that to be the case. Because that is actually the problem with most podcast appearances and debates. It's just people trying to get attention for their content. To get eyes on their material. But Carl, isn't your appearance on places like Wick that too? Yes. But I have convictions. And I have actual stakes in the game. And blood in the game. An OnlyFans model saying things that are cool the same way that fucking, whatever her fucking name is, Steven's ex-wife, that Milena could be able to use to get people to then buy photo sets of her getting blacked from that fucking oil painting, booking session for her photography portfolio that she did. That kind of shit exists to promote the OnlyFans. Dumbass bimbos being brought on to argue with people like Andrew Wilson promotes their OnlyFans. Because they're not there to actually have a substantial argument about the material they're talking about. They're doing it as a promotion for their work. The thing that the OnlyFans models do on timelines where they like post thirst traps and takes and they show up underneath porn subs to try and get looks and clicks, that's the same thing they do when they go on podcasts. Especially things like Fresh and Fit. Especially things like the Whatever podcast.
Never. I don't need to. Not that I'm judging.
You should make an OnlyFans, somebody said. No, I don't need to. Not judging them for it, but I don't need to do it. Me, personally, I'm a judge a person for it. Especially when it comes to the matter of what is effectively efficacy. The way that people like to talk about porn is they treat it like there's no other choice, and it's like, yes, you do have a choice. There is a decision that you could have made. You made this decision. So yes, I'm going to judge you for it. You had decisions that you could have made that you did not make, based on the choices that you did not do. You need to actually do that. Period. You need to actually address that problem. Period. You need to be able to concern yourself with that. Period.
We should let nature take its course.
Unfortunately.
Vaughn, I really wanted to ask this question from the start.
Unfortunately.
Those drone bombers? Tweety bombs?
It's just an open case deliberation for what should be a murder spree of responses that you could give.
Why?
We're almost done, but when we get to the end of this content, I will probably be leaving. So, get your chats and questions in now before I go. And or any donos. Just saying. It's a hard job. Yelling into the microphone, I need to be paid for it. Shame on me.
Why isn't paternity fraud illegal?
We've been over this already.
We've been over this question already. Why isn't paternity fraud illegal? Because the courts have not caught up to the legality of the law. And when it does, certainly somebody will put in the effort to see that through. Until then, can we not do with the whataboutism?
Target locked. Fire!
Estimated 6% of men are fathering children that are not theirs.
I don't really believe your stats. Like,
The
where are you getting
American
that
Blood
stat
Bank
from?
Association. Are you happy?
Okay,
1/3 of
that's wrong,
paternity
and yes,
tests.
there should be consequences for that.
But there aren't.
Okay,
But there are. Where
and there
has the
should be. So
feminist
we agree
been?
on that.
People finding out about infidelity through the blood bank is actually kind of funny to me. I don't know why, but it's just the idea of like, oh, we've gotten the whole family together to donate blood. Sir, I got some news for you. What? Me, my wife, and my 13 kids. What news do you have for me, my wife? Oh, 14 kids. You just popped out another. Me and my 14 kids. What's the news? Please tell us all together. We'll gather around the campfire.
Next.
Right, you can agree.
Brought my kids out to teach them about the good of giving back to the community. What's our reward today?
You haven't covered it. And that's my point, is you guys don't care about equality. You want freedom at the expense of men.
Okay, sure. Next.
Do you think that men should have the right to opt out of fatherhood, since women have the right to opt out of motherhood?
No.
That's really not a fucking controversy of an opinion. You can choose who you spawn with. If you don't want to become a parent, practice abstinence. If you don't practice abstinence, take responsibility for the children you sire. This is not a hard question. This is not a hard analysis. That is probably the least controversial position you could come to. That should not be controversial. Somehow it is. How is it controversial would be the first question I'd ask. But I digress.
Put a condom on. You don't want to have children, put a condom on.
Or require him to wear a condom. That's equal.
Like, if you can go a little bit further than that. If you don't want to have children, don't have sex. If you don't want to have children, but you want to have sex, put a condom on. If you don't want to have children, if you want to have sex, consider swallowing. If you want to have children, but you don't want to have children, but you want to have sex, invest in spermicidal lube. Invest in any of these tools that already exist for you to address this problem without you doing something intravenous like vasectomy or hysterectomy.
Yeah,
That choice is equally irresponsible.
he's the one with the Johnson. He gets to decide what he does with it.
I think I'm more of a feminist than you.
Sure, go great. Congratulations.
You're a bigger feminist than me. You certainly are. You have such bad viewpoints about how the world works that you're willing to try and bend things over so you can play with people like they're a fucking joke. That is not a dig that you want to try to go down. That is not an appeal that you want to try to appeal towards. That is not an argument that really helps your position. It actually helps her more than it helps you. Because ultimately, you're just playing a social game, which people do not care for. I don't care for it. Most people shouldn't care for it. Because what are you actually assisting and helping by doing this? Nothing? Nothing. You're helping nothing. You're helping nothing and no one except yourself and your own concerns. Damn. How pointless. How fruitless.
Pearl is fourth wave. You wouldn't understand.
Burns is an immoral, morally corrupt.
This is the longest 30 minutes of my life.
Somebody said, Dylan, is that clickbait? We don't need any more assassinations. The reason they're asking that is because currently the title of my debate is Pearl Davis killed during debate, but I meant more politically speaking. That's why I said killed and not murdered, because murdered would be criminal, but everything that happened on screen is somehow legal.
I'm going to interject.
Embarrassing yourself on a wide studio stage as a part and parcel of being addressed and having your concerns addressed and heard by somebody who specializes in basically playing a game of whataboutism with politics is definitely 100% in the field of being allowed. You embarrass yourself because you want to play a social game? No problem. I'm going to dog walk you through the field of what actually matters and make you show people that you don't actually care about the things that you claim. Damn, you've destroyed yourself by playing a social game so much that you were trying to attack me and you hurt yourself in your confusion. Wow, that's crazy work. 100%. Within her right. 100%. You embarrassed yourself going on stage in front of a live studio audience and you made arguments that ended up pissing you off? Damn, that's wild. Hello, Exo Crusher. Intellectual version of 2-in mud wrestling? I mean, it's more like it's an intellectual version of an actual professional wrestler that is being challenged to athleticism by somebody who has absolutely no physical experience, who thought, I can take a woman, I can harass her, I know how to be able to fight against this woman in this avenue of conversation. And they in fact don't. They are in fact getting mobbed. They are in fact getting manhandled. Because they decided to say that they wanted to fight a person for real. And now they're getting dog walked as a result. So, like, this would be the equivalent of Ronda Rousey getting her shit kicked in by a mutual opponent and then getting bench pressed by Beth Phoenix, who chose to go into the arena because she said some wild shit that put her on her shit list. No storyline, no kayfabe. Literally, I want to run the ones. And then everybody there, including her husband, Adam Copeland / Edge, basically watches as Beth Phoenix manhandles a woman who was talking mad shit and needed her place to be established by direction of hands. That's what this is. If you think of it as just mud wrestling, as like two little piggies rolling around in shit, no. Think of that as Wick. Think of Wick as where the mud wrestling happens, right? Think of that as where the mud wrestling happens, where the blood sport happens. This is someone being intellectually fucking dismantled live for a studio audience. And they literally don't have a response to any serious take.
Project again, if I can.
All right.
No, I was kidding. So, one thing that I do think is happening is that there is a shift that is taking place in America, and I think you both have alluded to this a little bit. And so I'll ask Anna first if you would agree with this. Because you said that going into this debate, you thought a lot of these things were true.
Right.
And you started to see...
By the way, this is supposed to still be open debate period. Pearl simply ran out of things to say.
That maybe these things were not as true as you had believed. Do you believe that your previous belief was informed by nonsense, or the fact that states and legislatures and courts are changing what they're doing over the last few years in terms of alimony and parental time and that kind of thing?
I think that with more women participating in the workforce, it's hard to argue that, you know, women should get paid alimony when they have their own income. So yeah, I think that the culture has changed, the workforce has changed, and as a result of that, the courts weigh whether or not something like alimony makes sense. And look,
And relationship dynamics have changed. If a woman does not have to rely on a man for their financial support, you know, the whole dating dynamic has somewhat changed. Now the whole now that's not true in every instance, of course, but the dynamics do shift. Doesn't mean the shifting is evil, doesn't mean the shifting all has like only negative consequences, but there is a shift. And it is felt by young men, yeah. But it's not like that shifting back and trying to shift it back, trying to bring it back to a point in the past we cannot return to, is a fool's errand.
much like Pearl, I had heard the horror stories, and I was basing much of my worldview on situations like this based on anecdotes, basically. And so when you look at the statistics and the broader picture, you have a clearer idea of what's actually happening in the aftermath of a divorce.
Would you be willing to concede at least that maybe some of the reasons some of these things are shifting is because of people like Pearl and others who are drawing attention to these stories?
I have no reason to believe it's because of Pearl. Zero reason to believe it's because of Pearl. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. As for the question somebody just put in chat, can we address the fact this moderator is trash? To be fair, you have to have an incredibly high IQ to get Pearl. True, Starker, true. Her parents aren't just from an affluent family. Her parents are loaded, like 9 figures loaded. Damn. Can we address the moderator's trash? He let the audience interfere with the debate countless times and stayed silent as Pearl talks over Gasparian more often than when the reverse happened. And when the reverse happened, he did jump in a lot. I do feel like when you're in a debate and you watch Pearl give the type of performance that she gave, you have this inclination in you to at least give her the opportunities necessary to succeed. And he tried to give her all those necessary opportunities to make sure that the fireworks were not one-sided. But I mean, she took advantage maybe once. Most of the time was unable to. So I think that, I don't know how much I would call that trash moderating.
It's not trash moderating. It is her being incapable of effectuating her tanks and her tone because of the fact that with the moderator does what Wick does with his shit. He stops them from being able to speak. He stops their agency. The person on the stage is allowed to fucking corpse through their content. They're not forced to engage with the material because they're just trying to farm clips. And ultimately, there is no discussion to be had because you're having to basically talk to somebody and talk through somebody who is not actually addressing any of the fucking concerns that should be on your mind. It is instead a waste of fucking time and a waste of breath that ultimately would have been better affected by anything else, anyone else, any other place at all, where you're not using these people, wrong button, where you're not using these people as a stepping stone to try to give more credence to arguments that effectively are just monotonous by design. They don't actually help anything. They don't actually solve anything. You're just throwing out talking points and bluster. And that bluster is ultimately meaningless at the end of the day.
Would say that, you know, when you have a debate like this, there's sometimes it's only so much you can do. It's the debate itself. You can't make a bad debate a good debate, but not stop.
You can't make a bad debate into a good debate, but you can make a bad debate into an okay platform. You can't make a bad debater into a good debater, but you can give a bad debater opportunities to be able to have a good argument presented without being just simply held down and pushed down by other people actively doing work and effort to try and effectively delegitimize a person's argumentation because they're allowed to control the conversation because one person is an expert or has affinity to the content creator and everybody else is just basically a minion of that person.
Like I think he told the people to stop shouting questions once, but if it's the same person 2 or 3 times in a row, eventually you would be like, sir, you got to stop or we're gonna have to eject you because we can't have the cat blah 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 blah.
Yes, basically.
The fact that Anna had to keep going back and forth with the crowd, I don't know, but I do think
Anna didn't have to. Anna chose to. Ah, contraire, dear sir. There's a difference here, Dylan. By choosing to go back and forth with the crowd, while they keep engaging clearly with a bias towards trying to assist her opponent, she is addressing what it clearly is a third challenger, which is the people that are playing the home game, actively playing for someone on the stage who can't argue it themselves. So, she's handling them and mogging them at the same time that she should be applicable for any content for the people who are actively playing the social game that they're having to address, which then gives them the power of authority to be able to directly address the problems from the sources they're coming from. Oh, you 5 people in the chat room are going to try to come in and mog me at the same time as this person who's already dodging my questions, and you dodge the same way, like I did on my stage? I'm going to address each of you. I'm going to address your fucking questions. I'm going to speak and I'm going to give you an answer. No time wasted. Oh, you're going to talk over me? Oh, I didn't answer the way that you wanted to. I didn't give you this response so that you could be able to then mog for more attention and time and allow him to avoid his conversations. Because I now have to deal with 6 of you rather than the 1 of you. No problem. Moderator fucked them up. In this purview, compared to something like Wick TV, or The Crucible, or fucking On Live Debates from fucking Fresh and Fit, or specifically just the Whatever podcast, the kind of energy that would be had in the chat room where there are no real stakes and this is just fun. We do this because we're bored and fucking around. Not because there's an actual conversation to be had, but this person is too busy fucking around with arguments and with slapstick and with sloganeering to actually address that concern so that other people can actually have something to discuss and get into the nitty gritty so they can actually be able to connect on someplace and come to a real conversation. No, this is a game to you? No, actually, this is where there's the difference. By doing this here, she's demonstrating that not only is the opponent not prepared, the audience isn't prepared. The audience that she clearly brought. They're out of their depth. They're out of their scope. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And thus, by manhandling them and saying, you next, I bitch, you next, I bitch, you next, you're able to deal with the world versus the opponent who's still sitting there for 31 seconds at a time at its worst with no response after you've completely fucking blown out their argument.
That with the flames and open debate and the vibe that they're trying to give, a rowdy crowd is probably what they want. So I don't necessarily even think they view that as a negative. I do think that if it becomes Anna versus Pearl versus the crowd, that's a problem.
It's a problem that the moderator should address, but if the moderator doesn't address it, then what the fuck are we talking about? If the moderator doesn't address it, then what the fuck are we talking about?
but I don't know if that's necessarily a negative. Not the best moderator ever, that's for sure, though. But I don't.
Where his job required him to step in was him to step in not when the women were going at it and kneeling it out, but instead when the crowd starts mogging. When the crowd gets involved with mogging, they're not the ones that are on the debate stage. They can shut the fuck up. Simple as. The audience are not the ones that were invited to the debate stage. They can shut the fuck up.
I don't particularly think it was a terrible performance.
It's because I think we could all agree that until recently, a lot of those stories were just stories you hear from other people, and it was not allowed in media at all. It was not discussed. Would you at least concede that?
I'm sure that there are advocates who have fought to maybe change the way these court cases play out, sure. I don't know about Pearl, though.
I understand. We're in the debates. You can't give too much credit. Pearl, in your experience,
Not even about giving credit. It's just I don't know if she's really done anything.
No, she's done nothing. She's done nothing. She's stood on the shoulders of people like the Honey Badgers, of Amanda Wallen, Hannah Wallen, Allison Tiemann, Mike Christensen, and all the others that are a part of the Honey Badgers, like from Weeper. All of those people who have fought and advocated for people's rights from Canada, oh Canada, where we like to have our weapons, from Canada, for Canuckistania, for snow wetbacks, fighting from Calgary, from the cave. She is weaponizing and utilizing stolen valor to try and use them as a way to say, I'm one of the good ones too, I'm one of the hip ones, give me money. I deserve donos.
do you see a difference in terms of the age of those men, where maybe it's getting better for some, because I would take it that some of the guys who were a little older and have been through this in the past, the courts are starting to recognize and realize that maybe it's not very fair?
No.
No?
No.
Why, and why do you believe that? You think the courts are completely
there's men that write into my show every day just talking about how much they want to be fathers. So, I hope it changes.
Just because they call in wanting to be fathers doesn't mean that they're capable of being fathers. Doesn't mean that they're worthy of being fathers. Because there is no becoming a father without a woman picking you. A woman has to pick you. If they don't get picked, oh well.
But right now I would.
But that doesn't mean the court's necessarily. By the way, I'm sorry to say this, but the court deciding against you isn't always the court doing a bad job. I'm not saying that's the case with everybody's mailing into her show, but not everybody who wants to be very present in their child's life should be. I'm not saying that's in the majority of cases. I'm not even saying it's double digit. I'm just saying that, like, not everybody was necessarily made to be a father.
Say no.
Do you think it's fair?
I wouldn't say it's about being made to be a father. It's about having the capacity to be a father. There are definitely some people who should not spawn and should not be put in authority over a child. But if they're able to learn up and earn up to their position to try and raise something that could actually contribute to society, that's as far as I'm willing to go. Because then you get into eugenics. And certainly, if I was to be given the authority over who should be a parent and who should not be, then just fix society the way that I think should it be made. But before we get there, let's just stop it at the, if this person's not fit to be a parent, let's let the state take the kid away. Namely, so that they can be put in an orphanage. Because you don't want private security and private equity getting involved in this. If you don't want private equity getting involved with prisons, you definitely don't want it getting involved in the adoption process.
At all of the young women.
Unless they're able to supply homes for the children that are proper, and take proper care of them the way that a boarding school would.
Not everybody was necessarily made to be a father.
Say no.
Do you think it's fair that all of the young women who were preyed upon as minors by Jeffrey Epstein are now experiencing yet another administration engaging in a cover-up?
Basically, do you think that the women who have been taken advantage of by Weinstein, by Epstein, and by any groomer that would have stolen their years as a promising young woman are experiencing pain and limerence because of the fact that they're now witnessing that justice for people like themselves will not be done? Really, I would make this a non-gendered issue, so remove women. Just people who have been groomed and assaulted. Men who have been raped by women, men who have been raped by men, men who have been raped as a young child by women and men, women being raped by women, women being raped by men, women being raped by older men who held longevity and prosperity for their lives over their heads as a compensation for the livelihoods and lifetimehoods that they were living, equivalent to the same level of when a Instagram or OnlyFans model gets flown out to Dubai and has a prince shitting on their chest. Do you think that those people like the fact that their limerence is increased, not decreased, because they're watching people in power that do these kinds of actions not being held accountable and not being given jail time?
Or was it
That is 100% in tone with the question of the debate.
the female's fault for being preyed upon by a disgusting pedophile? I'm just curious.
What kind of question is that?
I think it's a pretty straightforward one.
That has nothing to do with the topic.
No, it does, though, because you're talking about the unfairness of our court system, especially as it pertains to divorces. But we're talking about a guy who got a sweetheart deal after raping minor girls, and then even after that, multiple administrations, Democrat, Republican, doesn't matter, engaged in a cover-up, ensuring that those victims would never get justice.
And this has to do with this.
I mean, you want to talk about the unfairness in the court system and how terrible it is for men. What about how terrible it is for women?
There goes that part of what I put forward in the debate last night. How far should legality push for women and how far should legality push for men to make sure that gender parity is equalized within the lengths of the law? And where should it start? And where should it stop? And where should it overlap? Need I say more?
Look, that has nothing to do with anything.
I think in fairness, you gotta admit that's an anecdote too in comparison to the overall.
It's only an anecdote if you try to take it in preview, like in the preview of all of the fucking shit that she said, and it's acting like it came out of nowhere. It was provocated by the constant use of gish-galloping arguments and gish-galloping self-circumnavigating and self-referential political anecdotes used as a throwaway gotcha and as anecdotal reference information to say you don't care about men because anecdote that shows legal system prefers women over men, and you don't care about the legal recourse that these men would have to solve these problems. If you put that into context, which she's been using the entire time since her opening statement, literally saying, and here's my designated victim who will give me arguments and legitimacy, who I've invited here at the debate. It is 100% in tone. It is 100% on brand. It is 100% in tone. If she didn't start that, then it'd be an anecdote. But it's not. It's instead her picking and choosing something for optics. So she's picking and choosing something for the counter-narrative of the narrative dissonance of those optics. There go, and therefore, you say you care about women, but you do so at the detriment of men. You say you care about men, but you do so at the detriment of women. Boom. Done. Boom. Done. This isn't dumb. I don't think you're dumb. Perhaps the moderator, in his attempt to try and give her even more saving of face, is trying to rescue her from a situation that's going to compile her. Because evocation of this in the room is the same as if somebody had randomly said, wow, mouthy women like you are the reason why men kill themselves. If only somebody could kirk you. That would have also been exactly the case example. That would have been foul as hell. She's 100% on point for bringing up what she's bringing up. She just can't respond to it because she doesn't want to. Because she knows she doesn't have an answer. Because those are whores. They made the choice to sleep with them. Therefore, they deserve what happened. Even if they didn't have agency. Because if they had said no, it would have been the end of their career. And they would have had to pivot into something else. Therefore, finding themselves even worse falling into those habits. So what's better? For them to have lost their job with integrity, or for them to have been assaulted and abused because they were manipulated into having to do so, to think about their career choice, and still watching justice not be done. So, they'd be broke with justice not being done, because they were able to escape, but so many other women became victims, or they can get victimized, and then have the trauma and the problems that make them damaged goods, and then justice is still not done! To deny that is whataboutism of the highest curve. In my opinion. In my viewpoint.
It's a pretty big...
Man, you can see... I moderated too many debates to not see what that moderator doing.
Big anecdote.
He's a big anecdote, but he's also an untouchable anecdote, right? He's
I don't think it's untouchable. I think it's super touchable.
Epstein's not an untouchable anecdote. He's a super touchable anecdote. The only reason why he's, quote, untouchable is because there are people inside of power that if it was exposed who was on Lolita Express, who was visiting Epstein Isle, and connecting all those dots back to his madam, who set up the majority of these deals, alongside all the other people who set up deals similarly for Weinstein, the entire fabric of the system would come apart. Multiple people would be removed from office. The infrastructure would be upset, and there would be an entire switch-up of power, because all the power brokers that could be able to affect politics without ever having to use fiat currency, or using fiat currency and other forms of manipulation, would no longer have power, or the entire vacuum created by their exit would create new power brokers. That's the problem. Do you want the destruction of the system for getting this man in jail and seeing justice? The correct answer should be yes. The correct answer should be yes. If you don't do that, then you don't actually care about law. You don't care about enforcement of law. You're just saying things for clicks and donos.
So let's go back to, actually, hold on. We got 10 seconds, so we won't hold on. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're actually going to take a break.
So, break and then closing statements?
Break. We're gonna come off of the stage, and then we're gonna actually go up to the analysts and get their take on this first 30 minutes, all right?
Sounds good.
Based. So, break and then analyst desk for whatever fucking happened here. And then I guess they get the scoring cards and who won and who lost.
Wait, Sam. Good job.
Does anybody know if there's anything past this point that's worth listening to? I'm having a problem. I don't want to be stuck here all day.
And then we're going to get into the...
That keeps, sorry about that. What's your plan when men stop doing the dirty and dangerous jobs that keep society running?
If you could hold your mic.
She just has more and more fucking, oh my god.
I mean, looking at the unemployment rate right now, I think they'll do the job because people need jobs. I think they'll do the job. And what'll happen is those jobs will probably, if no one wants to do them, they'll pay more and more and more. And men will be rewarded for the risk that they are willing to take. And so will their families. I mean, that's why people talk about, hey, you don't have to go to college. Don't worry, you can become a contractor. You can become a plumber. You can do this, you can do that. The same thing is true about working in like the North Atlantic Sea or on an oil rig. No, these people get paid pretty well. And if what you say is true, they'll only get paid even better as time goes on.
They get paid well, but it's hazard pay. They need to be educated and they need to be smart so that they can be able to save their lives and go home and spend the money that they're supposed to be working with in these higher job positions. It's a trick that goes alongside people trying to question people like Mike Rowe of Dirty Jobs, and the assessment of sending people into the blue-collar workforce so that you have more hands on notice. And then saying things like, but what if they wanted to be a data analyst? Telling them to code and telling them it should go towards only one type of job instead of opening the expansive field for jobs for them to go into. Why can't you tell them that those jobs exist, bro? It's because it would be probably outside the sphere of their influence and knowledge. Informing you to the opportunity provides you the opportunity to which to discuss it. It doesn't remove it, but it's something that allows it to be a part of the picture. Yes, you should actually encourage all kinds of jobs. Just as much as you can encourage people to be entrepreneurs, you can encourage them to be a fucking stockbroker. Encourage them to go into kids' education. Encourage them to go into law enforcement. Encourage them to go into paralegal mindsets. Whatever can bring an income of an industry, encourage them to make that deal for themselves. Which you could be able to do by learning skills by going through something like Surge or People Ready. Any kind of temporary aid or placement for their Job Corps. Teach skills, teach jobs, put them in the direction of giving them something that will give them a pathway through life. Whether it's their dream job or something that actually they just fall into that becomes a career itself because it pays the bills. Legitimacy in any direction is fine.
Sorry, I'll say it again.
Can you give me an example of which jobs you're referring to?
Logging, plumbing, crab fishing, oil rig.
Okay, crab fishing, again, we're talking, that's like under, I don't want to be mean, it's under like 100 deaths a year. A crabber probably has a better chance of dying driving to the port where he would get on the boat than he does at sea. There's a decent chance. I'm not saying it is higher as a percentage of risk when it comes to the average population. But we're talking about like 12 to 20 deaths in like Alaska, maybe another dozen outside of Alaska every year. I just don't know why she's specifically set in on crabbing. And I do think crabbers should be paid well for that risk. But it's also not like these men didn't get into the job like unknowing of the stakes, unknowing what they're doing. Logging is notoriously dangerous due to not being able to always predict where the log is falling when you chop it down, and due to the falling branches, and due to how far you have to climb up, and a lot of times due to some older equipment that a lot of people use.
Yeah.
Used to be a lot more dangerous, still is dangerous.
Those are dominated by men. They have the physical capacity to do it. Men and women are built differently.
What's your plan when they stop?
I mean, we're gonna have a problem.
Also, there's also a question about automation and how that'll affect those jobs, because if there's an amount of risk that these companies are taking, hiring men that they might have to pay out lump sums to their family if they die while doing their job, a lot of these companies might make the decision that it's a lot less risky to just have a bot do it. Sucks for those men. I hope they can all get gainful employment. I hope they can do the careers that they want to do. But it's something that I thought.
It also sucks for those women because they have to do the exact same thing. Often people will forget about the fact that men in the workforce are not the only ones existing. It is also women in the workforce. Again, abdication. I'm not for it.
Thought about it, that these companies would probably, once they can get that automated, they'll automate it away rather than accept the risk to somebody who has a life and, you know, a wife and kids or a husband or whoever waiting for them at home.
Are you suggesting that women should be forced to work on oil rigs and things like that?
What is your plan?
That's a
What do
ridiculous
men
question.
get out of doing those
I
jobs?
don't have a plan, Pearl, for a situation in
Never
which
do.
men no longer do those jobs.
They never
Maybe you
do.
do it. I don't know.
What's your plan when men start walking away from marriage? What's your
What are these aren't questions. What's your plan?
They're gotcha prompts. Yes, they are not questions. They're gotcha prompts. This is what somebody brings up as a gotcha to respond to something that they said, and making them feel as though they are out of their depth. Which is then ridiculous. on its own face.
For these things that won't happen. Men and women are getting married at lower rates and divorce is much higher. I mean, men and women are both doing that. When you say when men walk away from marriage,
or how women have already begun walking away from marriage to become women going their own way. WGTOWs. Also, Lord have mercy, the fucking ass on this goddamn operator. Bubble butt.
I mean, the thing that's that's happening right. What do you mean the plan? Do we institute a national marriage law? And what is she even getting at?
Plan.
So, do men or women get a raw deal from marriage? Because you just said men walking away from marriage. So, is he culpable for doing that?
What is your plan when men walk away from marriage?
Is he responsible for walking away from a marriage?
Topic. What is
or
your
is
plan?
he just never guilty?
It's not changing the topic. What is a man culpable for? What is a woman culpable for? Or is it the fact that men are always going to be victimized and there's nothing that they could have done differently?
My point is you shit on men.
I don't shit on men. I love men.
Yet the very microphone you're using was built by men. The building was built by men. And there's no gratitude or appreciation.
The building was built by men. The microphone was built by men. The roads were built by men. Your sandwich was made by a man. Your cappuccino was probably brewed by a woman. But the beans were harvested by a man. You live in a man's world! Oh, live in a man's world! What a fucking pedantic take. Holy shit.
You just tell them they're not doing enough.
When did she ever say that? She never did.
When did she say that? Who is she talking to? When did she...
The ghosts in her head! She's talking to the ghosts in her head! The ghost in her head said it!
Saying men are not doing enough.
Got me.
She was talking about alimony payments. She's talking about men who get women pregnant should have to pay for those kids.
But Pearl doesn't understand the difference between that and the actual discussion about marriage and walking away from it amicably. Because that's the world she lives in. She doesn't understand the things that she's saying and the arguments she's making. So, in the not paying attention to the actual core argumentation being made, she pops off wild at the gums and should get popped in the mouth. Rhetorically. Popped in the mouth rhetorically. For what she's doing!
Like that was her.
Not clickbait, not pre-watch, not fake reacted. Real reactions, real emotions.
Her statement. I don't know what that had to do with the microphone that she built.
There's no gratitude or appreciation.
Whoever built.
You just tell them they're not doing enough.
Got me. You got me. Yep.
So what's your plan when men start walking away from society?
What do you mean by walking away from society?
What was that question? It just gets broader and broader. What do you do when men walk away from permanence? Once the non-existence, what is this? Like, she's like, what is she, a shaman?
Society.
When men stop doing the dangerous jobs, when men stop getting married, when men stop having kids.
To be quite honest with you, if American men decide they no longer want to do those jobs, very likely our government will import men from countries
on H-1B visas, purview from Viva Ramaswamy and Elon,
where they're willing to do those jobs. That's probably how it's going to work out.
Or women will have to take up those positions and do the job for them.
When they date American women and then decide to stop too.
Then you're going to be importing infinity migrants until you find somebody who's willing to do the job. Because it's a dirty job and someone's got to do it. And as long as you are going to have somebody abdicate responsibility, then it means it's left for whomever will seed the problem to resolve the problem. And unfortunately, you should not be advocating for the government to be the ones that decide this, as this is a social woe. It should be handled on the society issue. You know, on the issue of society, you just don't have a way to properly address this problem. Because the problem's not getting actually addressed. It's a can, and you're kicking it down the road.
What is it? This is just like this is just a joke for her. This is like just a big meme.
I'm not worried about that.
Of course you're not.
No.
She's not worried about it, not because she doesn't care, but because your viewpoint is ridiculous. You're fear-mongering. You're fear-mongering and then saber-rattling about it. The fear-mongering and saber-rattling doesn't solve the material conditions caused by the problem.
I never had any problems.
The future is not going to be great for feminists. You guys are going to get the equality that you're asking for.
But she's not a power feminist. She's not a third-weight feminist. She's not a fourth-weight feminist. You are. She is, at best, a 2.5-weight feminist. She's a progressive. She's a moderate progressive. She's not going to be affected by that future because she already got a man. She already has a family unit. She at least has herself and her husband. And if ever in the future she decides to give her husband kids, her husband, and her family. And then the communal family on top of that, and all the other connections that it connects to. She's not going to be affected by those choices because those choices won't affect her. You'll be affected, though. You and all the people you're giving advice about will be affected, though.
Men are not going to protect women in the streets.
They're not obligated to. They're made to defend themselves and their own. They're not supposed to be coming to the defense of random fucking strangers and women that they don't know in society. That itself is a cope put forward by people who love the privilege of being able to have the authority of the man, to have the responsibilities of the child, and the privilege of a woman. That is something that comes to those people and those people alone, which itself is an abdication of authority for those people and an amelioration and a forceful, responsible pull on the men to do the work for them because they cannot be able to afford themselves the time to learn how to do it themselves.
We're going to stop signing up for the infrastructure jobs. The birth rate's going to keep falling, and the future is going to be bleak.
Yeah, well, once men no longer have to eat and they can sustain themselves off of bitter internet threads, then, then men can just check out of all jobs in society and be online neats forever so they can spend all their time watching Pearl Davis videos.
True.
Okay. Listen, I think men and women serve important roles in society. I think that you have a shallow understanding of what I believe, number one, but more importantly, what the dynamic is between men and women in modern society. You're under this weird impression that the anecdotal evidence that you cite is indicative of the outcome of all marriages. In reality, study after study shows that married couples tend to be happier than single individuals.
What a response. Not even before she's done talking. You have more happiness showing up with people being concerted in these relationships, but half of marriages end in divorce. And for the other half that are successful and don't break, I guess those ones just don't matter because what people should do is give up. Men used to go to war, women used to give birth to the family, blah 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 blah.
Right, they're happy before the divorce.
Divorce is terrible. Divorce means that the marriage didn't work out. Obviously, they're not going to be happy in the middle of a divorce.
Like, correlation doesn't mean causation. People marry happy people and date happy people in general. You're attributing it to marriage, but you're not going to marry someone that's a bitch. Okay.
Actually, you can marry a person that's a bitch. Guess what that means? It means you need to have the kind of affinity and the kind of mindset that allows you to control and corral her. Teach her. Teach her how to be soft. Teach her how to be gentle. Teach her how to ameliorate. Teach her how to comfort. Just as much as a man who's supposedly soft, teach him how to be hard. Teach that man who's soft how to be hard. Teach him how to, quote, be a man. Tell him how you want him to fuck the shit out of you. Etc., 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 etc. That's probably the weakest fucking problem when it comes to the issue of people being damaged and using that as justification for why they can't be taught or why they can't learn. It's weak and it's also annoying. That is not a proper response. It was just you being fucking lazy.
You're right, Pearl.
You know, what's really interesting is
There's nothing better than at the end of one of these things, if somebody has to assert how right they are, it's never a good sign. It's like one of the most constant truisms of these debates. If somebody at the end has to assert how much they performed well, how good they are, how they won, and it shows clear that it's a test in the ego and self-worth more than it is like even really a debate. That's when you know if somebody has they feel like they have to clean up after themselves. That's not a good sign.
if you look at marriage rates, which have dropped in the United States.
Also, very true. That's why there are people that feel that I won with my debate without me having to assert that I in fact did indeed win. Or, even without necessarily saying that, yeah, I might have won the argument, but I didn't lay my argument out well, and thus I didn't do a strong performance where it's completely indefatigable. That kind of behavior would be emblematic of people going about it the wrong way, and thus applying a lot more concern and a lot more effort to what should be the material concert of what a natural conversation would have had versus what ends up happening because of that person's investment and involvement and witness and concern. Okay, now I'm back here. Which in that case is basically just, yes, I must have people glaze me, because glazing me is going to make me better than that other person. Which itself still becomes cope by any other means. Cope by any other words. Cope by any other means. Cope by any other handle.
United States, not just in the United States, actually globally, you'll notice that the people who are less likely to get married happen to be those who are from a lower socioeconomic status.
Right, marriage is disappearing from the middle class, that's true.
From poor individuals, yes.
What's your point?
Do you wonder why?
Because women marry rich?
Yes, there are women in society that will always try to date upwards, or for upwards mobility. They will try to date somebody and marry someone that is at or above their position, which means anybody who's underneath that number doesn't exist! Which adds on to the problem of people not being able to find people to match up to in society. Yes, congratulations, good job.
God, she's simple.
People forgo marriage due to their own personal financial situation.
So women marry for money a lot.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going back to this.
Let me ask you something.
People don't feel like they can build a house and raise other kids and bring lives into this world if they don't have the means to support themselves. How the hell are they gonna have the means to support another person plus some kids?
Pearl,
men,
would you be willing to marry a guy who's poor?
Men.
Well, see, here's the thing, Anna, because I know exactly where her question's going to, because it comes from her own personal background. Hey, Pearl, you come from affluence and wealth and generational wealth. Would you ever date down? Would you ever truly date down and marry someone who's beneath the wealth standard of your family? Would you do it where Angry reacts if you could go back in time and get that nigga back on your dick, and get that nigga back on your lady dick? Would you go back in time and marry Angry Reacts if you could, despite the fact that he was running away from you at the speed of goddamn light?
Such a marvelous design made by me, Andre.
Because I married a guy who was in debt and loved the hell out of him. Best thing in my life. Would you marry a guy who is broke, no career, and in debt? Would you?
That's very nice, Anna.
Would you?
So I'm going back
Answer
to the
the
That's very nice, but would you do it? If you can't answer the question as yes or no, then you're dodging around the question, and you reveal yourself to be just as fucking fruitless and selfish as the feminists. The ones that want money, the ones that want investment, the one that want the shit. You are just as vapid as they are.
Question, would you marry a broke guy in debt?
All right, so we're going back to
Would you?
Well, the moderator gonna do nothing to make her answer the question. The moderator is having fun staring, though.
No, actually, what she's doing right now is hurting herself. The moderator doesn't need to do anything else other than keep other people from trying to intervene in the conversation. What's happening right now is the decision that she is choosing to make, and it is fucking her up. She is destroying her own argumentation. She is embarrassing herself and revealing how fucking fraudulent her worldview is. This is doing nothing to help her and everything to help Anna. By all means, keep going, nigga.
Would you?
All right, this is the nagging. This is the nagging again. Okay, so
I'm pushing you to
See, if she just doesn't want to answer a question, she could just default on the fact that she's debating a woman and remind everybody of that.
A woman who has better stature, a woman who has better agility, and mobility, and agileness in the conversation, a person who's demonstrating the proof of how she is unwilling to engage when she's found herself out of her depth, escaping to the situation and the questioning, where at which point the moderator could definitely step in and get her to answer, but it's actually better for the moderator to allow her to fuck herself up, because he's done more than enough to give her the opportunity to act and speak in good faith, but ultimately, it is on her to want to engage. She does not want to engage. She wants to meander. She wants to waffle. She wants to be mealy-mouthed. She doesn't want to actually deal with the reality of what's in front of her. She wants to play a social game. So, let her play the social game, and it'll ruin her. He ain't gotta do shit except protect the integrity of the debate stage by not allowing the mods of the crowds to try and get in the front of the discussion. Anything else that happens there, that's on her. That's on Pearl, not Anna. Color it ridiculous if you want, but it's the truth.
No second chance.
answer a question because you are judging women, making a blanket statement of who they would be willing to marry, who they wouldn't be willing to marry. But you're not answering the question yourself. Would you be willing to marry a broke guy in debt?
Does your husband have to listen to this?
Would you?
Does he have to listen to this?
Oh, he loves it.
All right.
Now the moderator steps in. This is where the moderator steps in. Oh, does your husband have to deal with this? Nagging, the nagging. Hey, can you stop trying to do ad hominem? Also, maybe answer her question so that she stops coming at you like this. She'll stop being aggressive about you not answering her question when you answer her fucking question. Engage. Engage. Engage.
Can't get enough of it.
Can I go back to the question?
Why do you not want to answer that?
Allow it to breathe. Let it develop. Let them establish their points. See what they do. See if it's a tactic. Allow it to happen. And when they clearly are pulling away and trying to gnaw their arm off, then make them answer. Again, how is this hard for people to understand? I don't know.
Thank you. My God. Okay, maybe I didn't give the mod a little enough credit here. Fine.
Yes, you did not. Yes, that's wrong of you. Yes! Yes, that was wrong of you! Yes, Dylan! Yes, Dylan! Yes!
Finally, at the end, he's heard that, like, he heard the police reports that there's a disturbance. He threw down the coffee cup and threw the cigarette in the ashtray and got to work.
Yeah, why not?
Just say no, I don't want to broke.
Love is love. Now, back to the question.
Love is love, but I ain't fucking doing it. Yeah, what a response. Listen, boys, she's gonna say that you're being besmudged and besmirched by feminists. She's gonna possibly fuck your brains out and have all the unprotected sex that you want and not properly hold things accountable. Probably even turn into one of those nagging women who will treat you poorly. But damn, she will not prove whether or not she's actually willing to marry you for love or marrying you for wealth. Despite coming back from a wealthy family. So she can actually want from nothing from the investment that her generational wealth will be afforded to her for the estate that she's a part of and the family that she's a part of. Watch and look and see as her mother shakes her head in shame by saying, my daughter finna learn. Well, your daughter learned today! Your daughter learned that day, and she learned from the hands of another woman. Better than her learning from the hands of a man, I suppose. She got the rights and the lefts and the refs and the rights instead of the hentai noises, yeah.
Men, 88% of the food. The power grid, 93% men. Transportation, 95% men.
Men are important to society.
Communications, 90% men. Material productions.
What is she do? What is the purpose of this? Like, Anna already established.
Men are the backbone of society, therefore men should have the reasons to do things for control, because men used to go to war and die, therefore women need to go and do their job. I don't know. That it's waffling. Men are not the only people in society. You need men and women. Stop trying to put it all on one side so you can try to demonize the other for money and clout.
Established earlier on that she thought men were important. She acknowledged that, like, the physical differences and, like, frontline service. It's not like you're going to be able to get her on, like, what, do you think men and women both can do exactly the same and equal percentage amounts? These types of high risk, you're not going to get that from her. So I think it almost feels like she's just trying to build up, like, the debt that society owes men, as if to say, and that is why women should not vote, women should not participate in civil society, women should not be able to, you know, get alimony payments. But it's debating something and trying to assert something that's already was conceded like 20 minutes ago. I don't want to listen to this anymore. I don't think there's anything else left in value of this, honestly. So I think we're gonna...
Correct. In essence, how badly did she lose the debate? She lost the debate so badly, she kept waffling on something that should have been a very easy explanation. And instead of addressing points, she tried desperately to avoid common sense. Instead of appropriately addressing this, she acted like a bitch about it. Unfortunate.
We're gonna wrap it up here. I honestly, I don't think this debate's gonna get any better. I don't think it's gonna, I think they're probably just gonna loop here. And I see closing statements, everything else. No, we're done. I think we're done. Like, it's just
78% men. Software, 80% men. Auto workers, 98% men. Carpenters, 98% men. Electricians, 98% men. If you remove the top male-dominated jobs from the economy, you would have no running cars, no housing, no electricity, no open machinery, no materials or...
I had no clue. Anna said, let's end the life of every breathing man.
Fabrics and no computers. There would be no buildings and no Amazon delivery.
I've never once said that men are not a very important part of American society.
You want men enslaved to women for nothing in return.
No, you're just making things up.
That's what you want.
I am offended by the fact that the same air I breathe is Pearl Davis's air. I am offended by the fact that at the same time that, you know, Betty White or Mr. Rogers or any amount of American icons breathed air, this was air that could have gone to them and somehow ended in Pearl Davis's lungs. If this is the way that she's going to waste everybody's time, and poison the brain of a lot of young men who are bitter, and give them no means to improve themselves.
True.
I'm done with her, okay?
True.
I'm gonna go back to my enslavement to women.
True. True. Hands and foot in turban to woman. The vagina is good. The penis is mighty. The pen is mightier. The penis is mightier. The vagina is good. We are professional eaters. Bum ba bum 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 bum. Miles better than this shit. Said potentially proudly with a smile on your face. Alas, abdication, by any means, is still an abdication, nevertheless. And the content ends, and thus with the end of the content comes the end of my stream, technically. Ah! Why does it look like a WWE event? Because that's how actual major league debates on debate campuses and debate circuits are actually done. It's not online internet blood sport. It is actual, you need to defend your takes on a stage by yourself with preparatory work. Because those are not a proper way to hold debate. You can make money from those things, but actually being able to decide how the world ought function and presenting the data that then becomes the basis upon what people will seriously critique, yeah, it's something that's going to look like a WWE event. But it is by design. There are systems, there are rules. How was Arknight's Enfield? After playing more and my bank giving me access to actually giving money to Singapore, since the company for Griffline is founded in Singapore, it is actually mad decent. A lot of the content is locked behind quest progression, so they really try to push you on quest progression. But in terms of everything else that is really available, it is like a 9.5, but getting them unlocked feels like a 6.5. Unlocking content by being able to pay for it straight up for what is accessible to me right now. I have only paid into the $10 protocol customized, as well as the $1 bundle and one copy of the monthly pass. So about $16 investment. $1 here, $5 there, $10 there. I have a $16 investment, and I've set myself up for success based off that and that alone. I have not spent more than $20 on this game thus far, because I do not see a value in this because of the fact that getting pulls from these banners are not the end-all be-all. Eventually, you will get access to get this character that they're trying to offer to you as a pickup for target operator drop-up. Eventually, you will be able to get some of these characters here as a part of your attempted direct pull designation. And then there will be more banners in the future for you to pull from. Same thing for the Arsenal Exchange, which is acted as a form of the same banner pull but for weapons. This particular weapon on sale here is specifically meant for Flamite, but should you not take her, you don't need to roll on this banner to guarantee it, even though you will be given up consecutive amounts of pulls, because the amount of quota that you will make back from pulling your operators, which then pays into this currency, you don't need to buy this to guarantee that you have this copy of Forgeborn Scathe. You'll probably get it later down the line, in other situations, by directly purchasing it some other way. All the things that you could do monetarily, you can do so frugally. You could spend as little as $5 a month and you're going to receive a significant boon in the form of what you're going to get from the Protocol Pass. Specifically because this was paid with in-game currency of Originum, which you can buy, but you don't really need to. And then this was a $10 investment, and I already got back the money that I paid into this already. And it was already going to guarantee me that I was going to get back the Oreos that I got here. So this is like a $10 pass itself that they already have for you for free, effectively. So the value of the game is good. Also, thank you. If it's going to be cold, I'm going to be covered. It's my toes I'm worried about. In fact, while she's on her way to come get me for the shopping trip I told her that I wanted to go to, I'm going to be trying to clean my toes. Because when I was in the hospital, one of the things that I really hated was that when I was looking at my arms, when she was trying to size me up for a vein, I didn't like how dirty it felt like my skin looked. I could feel the weakness of my flesh. And I felt that I was embarrassed. So yeah, I'm going to be handling that after I get off here. But my opinion about Arknight's Infield is that it's worth your time. You will have to take some time learning it, as well as learning the hardest part of the game, which is the building. Because this shit here, your AIC plan of how you need to function and manage your usage, your yield, and your income, all of this shit is pretty much the backbone of what makes up a lot of the content of the game when it comes to upgrading. So like, what I'm currently doing right now, using buck capsules to try and make money, this is like early game stuff. Same thing here with my yield production for batteries, as they're starting to stock up and build up in my laboratory. The intake-outtake of your content, and balancing the value worth of what you're making versus what you have available. This is something that you'll have to balance as you get there. In terms of this content, the crafting content, it is probably the content that is the most confusing, just because it feels like it's the less advantageous thing that you can be able to take in your hands. But it is what it is. Plus, it's all really based on luck at the end of the day. A lot of your opportunities with this game is based on luck, just like any particular gacha would be. Some characters that you get are going to not necessarily be reflective of the characters that I received. But I received the characters that I have based on just making good decisions with my investment of money. So, take with that what you will.
What's happening? Why is it...
Any other questions before I leave? Any at all? Any at all? Any at all? Any at all?
Why is everyone in this queue looking so serious?
Yes, no, maybe so. If not, this is where I take my leave. Alright, chat. Goodbye, I love you all. I will see you later, because when I come back from shopping, I'm going to be running an impromptu movie matinee. So, Alabajon, Altana Volt, Wagwan, Bon Apres Midi, and other words in other languages. Goodbye!